Good evening and welcome to the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting, 6 o'clock, for items listed on the agenda. We have 7 board members present. Governor Pritzker recently extended the disaster declaration related to the COVID-19 pandemic for all Illinois counties. Based on the current public health concerns, the board president of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205, as head of the public body, has determined that it is neither practical or prudent to hold a full in-person public meeting on October 27th, 2020. The board president has further determined that it is not feasible for the public to be present at the public body's regular meeting location due to the health concerns related to COVID-19. The board meeting will be remote and comply with the procedures set forth in Public Act 101/640. Public viewing and participation will be by electronic means by clicking on the video button on board docs, and there was also a place to submit public comments. Okay, all right. At this time, if we could stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, first item on the agenda is public comments for up to an hour. Submissions received before 7 o'clock on the day of the meeting will be read aloud or summarized after stating the name of the author. Comments received before 7 p.m. which are not read aloud or summarized, and those received after 7 p.m. will be reviewed by board members. All submissions received will be made available publicly on the district's website. And there was a link on agenda item 1A to post a comment. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Troutman, who will read the comments.
First comment, Sarah Jensen. I would first like to begin by thanking all of you for all that you are doing. I cannot imagine the weight of all the decisions you are being faced with during these unprecedented times. While I believe in-school transmission of COVID-19 is very low, I trust that your decisions are being made for the safety of all students and staff of 205. I'm writing to ask for your help in understanding the rationale of some recent academic decisions at the elementary level. Specifically, the recent announcement on October 23rd to reassign the 30-minute science and social study block as additional reading or math time and to not report on science or social studies achievement on the standards-based report card. Second, the decision on September 30th to suspend elementary Spanish instruction due to a shortage of staff and the need to repurpose Spanish teachers to be itinerant classroom teachers. What were the factors that you considered when making the decisions to cut these courses and not others like PE, art, music, and/or library? I love and value all subjects and believe they each have their own merit, but these are not normal times, and information as to why these programs were cut over others is important to all of us. As you are aware, research shows that learning a second language is easier to learn in children under 10 years of age and is proven to boost problem-solving, critical thinking, and listening skills, in addition to improving memory, concentration, and the ability to multitask. You have demonstrated the importance of this with the dual language program at Conrad Fisher, yet you have now deemed Spanish expendable for the rest of the elementary schools. As you all know, we have fallen behind other industrialized countries in terms of STEM-related fields, and consequently D205 has placed a great emphasis on its importance. Not only does a STEM-focused education open students to new subjects, it promotes innovative thinking, room to explore, experiment, and solve problems. Yet we are now cutting back in this area as well. I'm asking you to reconsider the outright cancellation of these subjects. If we should remain in a remote environment, will you consider the hours of the school day scheduled past 1:15? Doing so would allow for more literacy and math for all, as well as instruction for critical subjects like language, science, and social studies. We say we want a future-focused community of learners in District 205, yet cutting these critical courses seems to fly in the face of this mission. Thanks for your consideration. Irina Turco. Hello, Board of Ed. Our third grade daughter suffers with ADHD and has been receiving IEP services. She did so well during hybrid. However, currently in remote, she is physically unable to focus and engage with a screen. In fact, she complains that her eyes and head hurt. She has a cloudy look in her eyes after all day Zooming, aka screen fatigue. Our daughter is not learning and the IEP minutes are not sufficient when provided via Zoom. This is entirely tragic for her and our family. It is obvious that this is the beginning an issue of access to education. especially children with disabilities and IEPs. I have emailed the board but have not received any feedback at all. I implore you, in behalf of our children with disabilities, to return back to in-person learning, at least hybrid. Next, Leslie Robbins. Our kids need to be in the classroom. Their education is absolutely essential, and remote learning pales in comparison to in-person learning. We are doing an injustice to our children here in Elmhurst. The spread is minimal in classrooms, as shown in numerous studies. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recently released guidelines emphasizing that students get back into the classroom for the sake of their own emotional well-being. And the governor has left the decision up to the districts, so why are you not heeding what the majority of the community is asking for? If someone doesn't feel that it's safe to send their child, they should keep them home. But the rest of the children deserve to see their teachers and friends in person and have the full school experience. If people are allowed to sweat gyms and get their nails and hair done in close proximity to others, why on earth will we not make in-person schooling a priority? Paula Walega. I'm advocating for my children to be back in the classroom. They're not acclimating to remote learning and are both suffering academically, socially, physically, and emotionally. The harm being caused outweighs the risk. Lindsay Burrow. I have a special needs little girl that is nonverbal, non-mobile, and has significant developmental delays. Her one outlet is school. She absolutely thrives at school with her peers and teachers. She does not learn anything on an iPad. Her teachers are amazing and they're doing everything they can online, but she is getting nothing out of it. My first grader is significantly behind in reading and writing, and he's also struggling from learning on an iPad. From the few weeks he was in school, I saw many games. I also have a fourth grader. She's doing fine on a computer, but told me the other day she's lonely. Please let us as parents decide what is best for our children. They deserve to be in school. Lisa Pingel. A group of important people in my daughter's lives are her doctors. I took selecting that group seriously. In doing so, I put my full trust in their hands. Before the school year began, my daughter had her physical, and her doctor looked her directly at my daughter and said, "Go to school, wear your mask, wash your hands, don't touch your face." It's simple as that. From there, I let my freshman decide what she wanted to do. She 100% selected in person, and I 100% support her. Her doctor also knows we have my senior citizen mother in my home. She didn't change her answer whatsoever. And my mom 100% supports my freshman too. This community and leaders need to work towards more in-person days, certainly not less. To do our part, we are following our doctor's orders when we are out in the community too. Finally, thank you for all the school staff that I know are working tirelessly. Be safe, be kind, be a community. Ralph Puchek, kids need to be back in school in person. Dan DeChristopher. We believe our kids have a right to an in-person education. This is another lockdown of our schools, and we need to talk more about the negative effects of remote learning. Our educators are essential, and we need to get back to school and stop living in fear. Protect the vulnerable, but the rest of us need to get back to school. One could argue it will never be completely safe. It has never been and never will be completely safe. This drive for complete and total safety is causing far greater damage to our kids, and no one's talking about it. We are living through these negative effects, and it is not right. Our teachers see it. They know how bad this is for our kids. We should be able to hear about these negative effects from our teachers, but they have been silenced. Privately, I know some of them disagree with this and want to go back now without any preconditions, but are unable to speak publicly. They know how damaging this is to the kids, and they care about so much. Some say we will be locked down until the next school year. Some say March. This is not right. Next, Nick DiCristofaro. Hello, my name is Nick DiCristofaro, and I'm an 8th grade student at Churchville Middle School. During this COVID pandemic, there has been a lot of problems, but full remote learning is another very big one. My belief is that I have a right to learn to in-person learn, and because of remote learning, some of my grades in my class have been suffering. Our teacher are living in fear and won't go to school, and we have to suffer from that. And remote learning makes things a lot harder to learn. The only way we are going to change things is if we speak up and speak our opinion. Jane Lozer. I'm disturbed and disappointed by 205's decision to eliminate the elementary school blocks dedicated to social studies and science. It's short-sighted and points to the gap between administration and kids in the classroom. What is reading comprehension, information integration, and expressive writing? It doesn't exist in a bubble, and the use of it with focus on science and social studies topics further expands the mind. Why are we denying this to the generation of young thinkers in public schools? Your focus on test outcomes points towards your own concerns without consideration for the kids' future. D205 is failing our kids. Carrie Kapla. I think what the elementary school teachers have been asked to do in hybrid settings is an incredible ask, particularly those in the lower grades. I have to imagine it's challenging to get a group of 25 students to pay attention when they're all in the same room. I don't know how a single teacher can be expected to handle kids in person and online in an effective or productive way. Other districts, Glen Ellen, for instance, have tried more creative scheduling solutions to avoid this challenge. I urge the district to think creatively as COVID will be here the entire school year. To the teachers muddling through this, thank you. I'm also deeply disappointed in the decision to drop STEM and social studies. These are important subjects and candidly my daughter's favorite part of the remote day. Math and reading are critically important, but we need to find creative ways to address deficiencies in the remote curriculum if that's what's triggering this change, rather than taking away instruction that is also important. I don't envy anyone trying to make decisions in this time, but I think we can do better. Other districts are. Pam Holdman. Good evening, and thank you for taking the time to read this email. I'm writing tonight about the decision to take our schools in D205 to 100% remote learning once again. This is frustrating when our town seems to be running as normal. People are going in and out of the gyms, stores, restaurants, and bars, carrying on with their personal lives, but our children can't have in-person education a couple days a week. I have a first grader and a child at Madison Early Childhood Center. This isn't about our teachers who have been doing an amazing job teaching in these crazy circumstances. My kids love school. That hasn't changed yet this year, but I do fear it is coming. They're not able to continue staring at a computer screen for 5+ hours a day, 5 days a week, no matter how wonderful that teacher's content may be. My children, like all of our children, need to be face-to-face with their peers and their teachers. They need reassurance, guidance, and to feel seen. My first grader has picked up on remote learning fairly quickly, though we have been having a few emotional breakdowns at the end of long, strenuous days. I try to keep her involved in some activities throughout the town where she can still somewhat socialize safely in masks. My preschool son is the one that I feel will be the hardest hit. His final year before kindergarten, he's missing out on all these socialization skills that he should be learning and enjoying. We are just making large strides in this area over the last few months, and the other preschools in town are running smoothly, but my son is missing out because his preschool is part of the school district. Something isn't adding up here. These kids, our youngest and most vulnerable, need to be in school safely as they were last week. Please get our children back into their schools as soon as possible. They want and need to be there. Rebecca Paulzine. I would like to thank the school board for working hard this year to keep students and teachers safe. My kids' teachers have clearly been working extremely hard to keep kids engaged during e-learning. My sixth grader's first year at Bryan Middle School has gone very smoothly. I can tell his teachers really care about the students. I would especially like to recognize Ms. Pagani for building a sense of community in her classrooms to help the sixth graders learn and feel comfortable sharing. I would love for the district to be able to go back to hybrid learning, but I hope the school board will continue to work with public health experts to determine the best course of action at Elmhurst. I would also urge the school board to continue to prioritize in-person learning for the youngest children and students with special needs. Rebecca Harpster. First, I'd like to congratulate you for getting all of our kids back to school successfully in September and October. My kids were so happy to be back at school, and both said it was their best day ever, and they want to go back every day. I had hoped my next letter to the board would be asking for more time at school, but unfortunately, we received the bad news last week that school would be going remote again. I'm writing to ask you to reconsider and reopen. To begin with, I know what you're going to say. The metrics we set up say we are in substantial transmission mode. I beg to differ. 2 of the metrics, new cases and youth cases increases, have DuPage County in minimal transmission mode, and 1 test positivity has DuPage County in moderate. If you average the 4 metrics, we're still in moderate transmission and could continue with hybrid. In an email to parents, Dr. Moyer said COVID-19 is spreading rapidly through our community, but where's the evidence of this? We have 6 students and 1 teacher that currently have COVID-19, a 0.08% infection rate in our community of 1,000 student staff. How is less than 1% of the community having the virus considered widespread? The data is clear that we need to reopen 205. Further, the success of all students back at school with no outbreaks supports the continuance of hybrid learning. Private schools in Elmhurst have been holding full-day classes and having minimal cases and no outbreaks. Why are they able to effectively do their job and we aren't? In an article from NBC, Chicago Department of Public Health Commissioner Dr. Allison Ardway says, the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Chicago has seen corona cases in 31 of its schools out of approximately 20,000 students and more than 2,700 teachers and staff. Chicago students have returned to the classrooms in these this word always, parochial, I always want to say parochial and private schools have actually a lower rate of COVID, about half the rate detected than their counterparts in the community. Could students and staff perhaps be safer at school where procedures are in place to keep masks on and maintain distance? The data shows that when the proper precautions are taken, transmission in the school settings are extremely rare. In fact, DuPage County, there have only been 3 outbreaks in school settings since October 6th, with confirmed cases with those 3 outbreaks at 9 total. The average number of cases with these outbreaks is 3 cases, which makes this about as infectious as the influenza virus, according to the University of Michigan. The data is clear that we need to reopen 205. Moreover, the AAP recommends that all children are back in school due to the numerous secondary effects of keeping kids out of school: depression, anxiety, physical ailments such as migraines, vision impairment, suicide, drug and alcohol abuse, and decrease in physical activity leading to obesity are just a few of the impacts of remote learning on our children. We need to think holistically about the impact remote learning is having on our children and our communities. The CDC also says that the many benefits of in-person schooling should be weighed against the risk of COVID spread. In Dr. Moyer's State of the Schools address, he talks about D205 making decisions based on what's best for our students. If we think holistically about the health and safety of our students, the data is clear that we need to reopen. Even more, our tax dollars pay for a full 35-hour week per education. Why aren't you listening to the taxpayers who want their kids back in school? I've heard accounts that suggest our kids will only cover 60% of their curriculum this year. You've now taken away Spanish, social studies, and science from our elementary school students. D205 is now providing the education that the taxpayers deserve for our children. Will you be refunding taxpayers for 40% of their taxes so they can supplement their children's education for the 40% that will be missed? If the answer is no, I suggest you reconsider your shuttered doors and reopen. Screens are not school. In-person education is essential. Please reopen. Jeanette D. I continue to be amazed at the small but vocal group of parents who feel they know better than the county health department and the state officials. This entitled attitude illustrates why schools are currently in remote learning. These parents want what they want but are unwilling to skip out-of-state sports tournaments, working out at gyms, faux comings, and lake house sleepovers. It's a shocking lack of empathy for those who will most likely be affected by COVID-19. Many parents in this community are making the right choices every day, but more must do that. It is the responsibility of every person to improve the situation. I truly believe everyone in 205 worked hard to make hybrid work, but we failed. I ask the board to ignore the noise from this small number of parents and realize there are more of us in the community who listen to science and are willing to respect the data. Renee Zazillo. Keeping kids out of the classroom is a disaster. District 205 is failing. Who is making these decisions? Every teacher I have talked to wants kids in the classroom. Parents want their kids remote, can keep them home. In-person school is essential. Remote learning is unacceptable. You're scarring these kids for life for a virus that has a 99% survival rate. District 205 leaders, you are failing miserably. Lori Gieb. We need in-person education. I'm paying so much money for private school, and we haven't had one single case of COVID since August. It's possible. Please find a way. Kelly Henry. My name is Dr. Kelly Henry, and I'm a local pediatrician and mother of twins at Field Elementary. I'm writing today to ask the board to support IASB Resolution 2 for safe gun storage. Gun safety, advocacy, and counseling are extremely important to me as a physician and as a mother. We need to do better. We have to do better. We should do everything in our power to prevent school shootings, child accidental shootings in their homes and the homes of their friends, and child and adolescent suicide. These can be preventable. The American Academy of Pediatrics and the Illinois chapter of the AAP support safe gun storage. We are told as physicians to stay in our lane. This is my lane, and it is yours too as educators and parents. Please vote in support of Resolution 2. Jane Bushi, thank you for your caution in keeping students and staff safe. Laura M. Marie, please get our 205 children back in school. The DuPage Health Department recommendation was just that, a reco and not a mandate, and there are countless other authorizes in the subject calling for children to be back in school. We were able to get students back in the classroom successfully, and parents feel safe with children of school. Despite the infection rate in DuPage County, please set the new metrics for children to be in school versus remote. We have proven we can do this, so please let's continue to. Mike Muller, our first grader at Hawthorne. Our son is a first grader at Hawthorne. We support prioritizing education here in Elmhurst. In-person learning is essential to all students, especially the younger demographic. We believe that schools can remain open safely with the requirement of masks and social distancing protocols. The science regarding COVID spread in schools is mixed at best, while the negative impacts on our kids is clear. For every week of in-person learning is canceled, our kids fall further behind, both socially and developmentally. The private schools in the area have remained open safely. The public schools should as well. Our students deserve a fair and equal education. They are not getting that under the current all-remote learning schedule. Kristen Freeman. I have a daughter who attends Timothy Christian, and my twin boys attend Hawthorne. Timothy Christian sent out an email regarding their decision to remain open that states they have not seen any student-to-student or staff-to-student transmission. Throughout the school year, I have seen a significant difference in their behavior and mental health. My daughter is thriving, and loves going to school each day, but both my twins have regressed and are at the point where they don't even want to sign on to e-learning. Not to mention that they both have math at the very end of the day after they are completely checked out. I get to witness firsthand the emotional, social, and academic impact e-learning has on students. It's unfair that certain students get to go to school while others are forced to learn on a computer. Our students deserve a fair and equal education. What's fair and equal about remote learning? My twin boys used to love going to school. They had such a passion for learning, and that has now disappeared. Every morning it's a battle to get them to want to be on the computer. Moreover, I have spent thousands of dollars on tutors to help my boys catch up to where they should be. In addition to being forced to be on a computer for the entire day, where I can honestly say that they have not learned a single thing, they need to sit for additional in-person instruction at night. Kids are meant to be in school. As someone who has witnessed firsthand the difference between kids that are able to attend school in person and those that do not, I can assure you that the right decision would be to, at a minimum, return to a hybrid system before it's too late. I'm begging you to think of the long-term repercussions that this will have on students. Our students will already be at a disadvantage compared to those that have been able to attend school in person this entire year. Please give our kids a fighting chance and reopen the school. Kristen Suter. I moved here 3 years ago for the school specifically. My heart breaks for these kids, especially the really young kids. They need to in person. Not only am I paying high taxes, but now I am having to pay for tutors because our kids need it. And unfortunately, a lot of kids are going to fall behind. These kids are the future. Please go back to at least hybrid solution for the kids. The kids are the ones who suffer the most out of anyone. It's not the adults, it's the kids who suffer. Jill Burfine, science tells us that COVID transmission is very unlikely at school. The private schools in Elmhurst are proving that. Let our kids go back to school. They need it. Christina Mijodovic. With twins in kindergarten at Emerson Elementary, I wholeheartedly support the school, the district, and our teachers. I greatly appreciate the option to choose remote learning for my children. I also find that the grade has provided excellent resources for us to learn and advance in various subjects. Sure, there are technical difficulties. However, the problem is quickly rectified and follow-up communication is always established. We may face many uncertainties considering the current circumstances, but we are unified in our unique learning experience. Thank you. Sarah Grantham. Thank you for being brave enough to take a stand and follow the IDHP interests of the public at large. We do not yet know about the ability of children to spread COVID-19 to others. We do know for certain children can catch it, so it is reckless to assume the converse can also be true. While it is clear that they do not seem to suffer the worst of the symptoms, this cannot be misinterpreted as an inability to spread it. In fact, it's the very nature of the disease that produces either mild symptoms, the sort easily confused with colds or allergies, or no symptoms at all in children that make it nearly impossible to study if and who they are spreading it to because many aren't being tested. If they are tested, then it's only after someone else near them has gotten sick, at which point it begs the question, who got sick first? It's most convenient for parents to argue it wasn't the child, but it can't be proven. As we enter the colder months requiring the 2 15-minute maskless snack breaks to be held inside, it is critical that transmission rates be acceptably low enough that we don't fall into the trap of assuming a super spreading event won't happen simply because it hasn't happened yet, and under the far more optimal conditions of good weather allowing for snack breaks to be held outside. Under CDC guidelines, COVID-19 is now defined as airborne, meaning in an enclosed space, viral load accumulates over time in the air and can be infectious at spacing greater than 6 feet. Airborne also means a certain amount of viral load escapes through non-medical masks. The CDC has also recently updated their guidelines to say it only requires a 15-minute exposure to someone infected to become infected yourself. These updates are indicative of the fact that the science surrounding COVID is still developing. It is dangerous to assume that what hasn't been proven. It is dangerous to our teachers who believe they can't catch it from students, particularly when our community is experiencing uncontrolled spread. The only fair choice to teachers in the community is the one that errs on the side of safety. If parents want their kids in school, then we will all need to start doing our part. Wear masks, social distance, and for pity's sake, don't, whatever you do, ignore these guidelines and gather inside. Thank you. I read that one. Kathleen Sullivan. I respect the board's decision to close the schools for the safety of the students and staff. I encourage you to continue to keep Elmhurst safe. Thank you. Sarah McKinney, while I would prefer to have school in person, safety is more important to our family. Unfortunately, many members of our community aren't willing to wear masks or socially distance, so it ruins it for all of us that are. Please make safety for our students and staff a priority until the numbers go down. If teachers have to quarantine, who will replace them? Courtney Barkus. I want to thank the District 205 Board and the Elmhurst School administrators. I know this has been a difficult time for everyone involved. However, I have been incredibly impressed by the way the situation has been handled in 205. The right decision was made to go back to remote learning. We must curb the spread of the virus in order to protect each other and keep our families safe. While I know remote learning would not be anyone's first choice, teachers are doing an amazing job, and both teachers and principals have been very proactive in communication when possible. We are so proud to be involved in the dual language program at Collier and Fisher and look forward to getting back to be in person, but are incredibly thankful for a board who considers the health of our children and families during this period of remote learning. Ellen Cruz. I fully support the board's decision in closing District 205 schools again. Protecting the health of the students, staff, and families should always be paramount. Christy Sopko. I fully support the decision to go all remote learning. The health of the students, faculty, and staff must be a top priority. Kristen Greer. I would like to thank the school board for being proactive in their attempts to keep our kids safe during the current pandemic. Although there were not an alarming amount of cases in schools, the numbers are on the rise in our communities. If we don't take the precautions of remote learning for 2 weeks while our communities get this under some sort of containment, then it could easily spread through our schools and affect student and staff. Nirali Gia. Good evening. I am a physician who sees COVID patients in my line of work. COVID is here to stay. Masks and distancing works. Washing hands works. Our kids need to be back in school. Full remote teaching at elementary and middle school level is detrimental to our kids in so many ways. Private schools are able to maintain full in-person teaching. Other DuPage school districts are still in hybrid mode despite the rising numbers. We can choose to be also. Please put our kids back in school for both their mental and physical well-being. COVID is here to stay. Even my pediatric colleagues feel in-person learning is vital for our children's upbringing. Thank you. Cami Bond. I don't envy the impossible situation you're in. I appreciate and respect you trying to consider everyone's opinions into making a decision. It is impossible, however, to please all. You made a very conscientious plan based on science, facts, and data, and unfortunately that led you to make a decision that people are not happy about. But it's not District 205 that is to blame for the rising infection rate in DuPage. It's not your fault that the virus is still here. It's not your fault that positivity rates have exceeded the threshold previously outlined for in-person instruction. 2020 stinks and we have to make the best of it. With a 78-year-old mother who I'd like to keep healthy, slowing down asymptomatic cases allows my children to spend more time with their grandma. Matt Barkus. I'm very grateful that the board is choosing to put the safety of our children, their families, and our teachers above all else. I realize not everyone shares this sentiment, but it is so important for us to exercise every possible caution if we truly want to hasten a return to normal life. I trust the board to make the decisions necessary to help us get there as quickly as possible and understand we are all dealing with this situation the best we can. Shout out to the teachers, and we must all strive to be agile and flexible in every facet of life right now. Lisa Clote. The learning and social emotional losses occurring with remote learning are real and painful to watch. Teachers' comments during PTCs about how MAP scores are flat to declining underscores the reality. I understand the guidance that has been posted by the IDPH, DCHD, and the DuPage Regional Education Office. What makes 205 so different, though, that other DuPage districts and private schools that are continuing with the hybrid model? COVID transmission rates with 205 have not been reported to be any higher than that of neighboring districts, yet all students have been forced to go 100% remote. Why not allow kids who are living in low-risk situations continue to attend in person while those who prefer remote learning continue on that track? The one-size-fits-all model just doesn't work. Furthermore, students were typically receiving about 32 hours of instruction. Now, weekly instruction hours have been cut to 20, a reduction of almost 40% at a time when kids need structure and learning opportunities more than ever. Throughout all of this, Elmhurst Teachers Union has continued to stay silent while hiding behind a Facebook page full of self-serving propaganda. Their silence is damning to their position. They need to stop hiding while using the teachers and students as their puppets and sacrificial lambs. The whole situation has become an embarrassment to 205 parents and teachers and has left our students dying on the vine. 205 and the Elmhurst Teachers Union can and must do better. Mary Young. I want to thank 205 and the BOE for holding to the parameters of the Open 205 plan and switching seamlessly to remote learning when community positivity rate increased. The teachers and staff worked quickly to work on remote again, and my students were well prepared. Please continue to care for the health and safety of students and staff. Tim Johnson. Thank you for thinking of safety first. While not ideal, remote is part of our lives now and the right choice when needed. Joanna Sothis. I appreciate the tremendous pressure you are under. Please continue to lead our schools and community, guided by science, data, and good sense. Thank you. Kristen Hall. Don't let the morons who won't wear a mask or follow guidelines or participate in ridiculous protests persuade you to put anyone in danger. I expect we'll be back and forth on in-person instruction all year, and we are ready for that. I want my kids in school as much as everyone else. Sadly, I think it's best they are in school where guidelines will be followed because there are large groups of youth hanging out downtown at 2 p.m. every day. They will be better off in school when the guidelines are followed. Maxine Kuntz. I trust our Elmhurst school officials to make the right decision for the health and safety of our kids and their teachers. Thank you for all the hard work. If you think we need to be remote, even though I prefer the hybrid or in-person learning, I will respect that decision and honor it. Larita Lucas. Thank you for your decision to go remote. Keep us safe. Karen Sherman, thank you for keeping our students and families safe. Thank you for keeping our teachers and their families safe. Thank you for following the metrics of what you said you would follow. Thank you for doing the right thing. Carrie Heflin, I believe District 205 has made the correct decision in temporarily closing down in-person learning. I commend them for the care shown regarding the staff, children, and the community's health. Jennifer Spagnolo, thank you for being proactive and implementing the 2-week pause in light of cases spiking again. It is extraordinarily upsetting that my kids have to be fully remote again since they thrive in an in-person school setting, but we are also gaining strength in characteristics such as adaptability and resilience. Just since this past Friday, I've been made aware of 3 people testing positive that we have connections to, one being a child who is also a close friend. The other 2 are in their 20s and 40s. There are valid arguments on both sides of this, but the truth of the matter is that right now there is a global pandemic. It is our reality, and we can get through it safely if we act as if there is one. Kristen Powers, I support the board's decision to go remote learning for 2 weeks as the region and Elmhurst attempt to flatten a surging trend line in COVID-19 cases. We are moving upwards as a community, and the county health department has recommended going remote for now, hopefully until the trend flattens or revisit this at that time. Thank you for prioritizing the health of our students, faculty, and staff. Colette Deaver, I support the school board's decision to revert to fully remote learning. Thank you for prioritizing the health and safety of staff and students and their families. Grace Clear, as a grandmother of 2 children and 2 of 5, I appreciate the steps the board and superintendent have taken to keep our children, teachers, and staff safe during this pandemic. Deborah Sandstrom, science, math, and logic as taught in 205 must continue to guide the decisions about whether in-person or remote learning is best. Emotions are not a useful basis for decision-making. Thank you for following the science to protect the health of our community. Mandy Pachowski, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the board and the administration for putting the health and well-being of our children, community, and teachers first. Carrie Galarza, remote learning has been working well for my family. I know it hasn't been easy for many people and that the decision for an adaptive pause was a difficult one. However, I know it wasn't made lightly or without full consideration for the impact it would have on our community. I truly appreciate the decision to keep 205 students, teachers, and staff safe by following the clear trends and very real science in front of us. I trust you will continue to do so. Thank you. Suzanne. District 205 is correct in closing schools due to the rise in numbers of those with COVID in DuPage County. This decision is not easy and it's not made lightly. The decision is made with human lives at stake. For reasons beyond rational thinking and beyond empathy, there are those who oppose this position. Students can and do learn from their parents how to contribute to society and act on behalf of others. This sense of community is missing when we think of our isolated troubles in regard to COVID-19. The response from District 205 is a community response in a community district where the lives of many of us are, rightfully so, put in front of the rights of any particular individual or family to have their child schooled at school. Those who oppose closing are simplest wrong, misunderstanding the role of public education and missing an opportunity to teach their children about working with and not against other human beings. Thank you to District 205 for all the hard work and thoughtful decision-making that goes into this unprecedented year. Karen Clark. The COVID spike in Elmhurst is driven by deniers and lazy people who refuse to mask or distance appropriately and socialize as if everything is normal. These are not the people who should be guiding our local public health practices. In the interest of public health and safety, the school district must not yield to these ignorant and selfish people. Allowing Elmhurst schools to become a breeding ground for COVID contagion impacts the entire community. If a return to remote learning is what is needed to stem the spread of infection and save lives, then so be it. The school district should investigate ways to assist with childcare and tutoring assistance as needed. Tisha McClelland. Right now, as this comment is read, there may be 100 to 200 people outside of this district office protesting the shift to remote learning. While this group has every right to protest, please understand that our district serves over 8,000 students. While this group may be angry, they do not even come close to representing the vast majority of us who know that sending our students to school in person is not safe. Our family commends the board for shifting to remote learning, and we understand it may have to remain this way all winter unless we as a community, local and nationally, begin to take this virus seriously. Thank you to all the teachers who are tirelessly teaching our children. School is not closed, just the buildings are closed. Thank you. Anonymous. Some in the community have begun to cite studies on low transmission rates of the virus in schools. The facts are, no one has done studies of transmission during winter months when everybody must eat and do PE inside of the buildings. In the U.S., these studies were conducted during warmer months when students were able to eat lunch and have PE outside. People are forgetting the dangers involved with large numbers of students indoors eating and drinking indoors. We simply don't have safe ways for students to eat, drink, sing, play instruments, run, and play indoors when harsh winter temperatures arrive. Jackie Schultz. I would like to voice my support and appreciation to the district for following science-based public health recommendations that are in the best interest of all, and would like to thank our teachers and administrators for providing excellent instruction under these challenging circumstances. Public health experts recommend school closures based on the infection and transmission rates within the community. If we wish to reopen schools, I implore our community to be vigilant about mask wearing and social distancing. Getting our kids back in school should be a priority, but cannot happen until we all work together to reduce and limit transmission in our community. Susan Warren. Thank you for protecting our community, our teachers, our children in this challenging and uncertain time by making the difficult decision to return to online learning only for a time as the COVID-19 infection rates continue to climb in DuPage. If adults and families outside of school grounds and hours wear masks in public and practice social distancing, I am hopeful our children will be empowered to safely return to the on-site classroom in the not-so-distant future. In the meantime, you are taking the best course available to you to prevent needless loss of life in this already hard time. Mary Kissinger. Please follow the Science and Health Department guidelines in determining in-person schooling. Our students, staff, and the entire Elmhurst community are at risk if you ignore the rising COVID cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. Of course, schooling our children should be one of the highest priorities. This is made much more difficult by those in the community who ignore safety protocols. Thank you for your efforts. Tina Zerwinski. The numbers of cases within schools aren't the cause to trigger any alarms or concerns for the students and the teachers. This is in fact why we instituted a hybrid model and it was working to control and monitor the cases. We cannot be dependent on the county's numbers to identify our path forward. The children's mental health and education are the brunt of a poorly managed system, and their website education shouldn't suffer. We had a right to choose to send our children into school, and they should be there. Those that chose to have their kids home gave up their right for an opinion on the student body and shouldn't hold a larger voice to the issues that arise within the system. Jennifer Rosenberg. Thank you to the board and administration for making the right decision to move our students and staff back to remote learning. You are consistent in following the metrics you laid out in the back-to-school plan, and you continue to put safety above all else. Thank you for your continued dedication to this process in these very difficult times. Your work is valued and appreciated. Sarah Porterfield. Good evening. Thank you for your continued work during these difficult times. Sorry. I would like to ask that the board vote to direct your delegate to the Illinois Association of School Boards to vote to approve Resolution 2 at the 2020 Delegate Assembly meeting. Resolution 2 proposes that the IASB support and advocate for legislation to strengthen child-safe gun storage laws. Safe firearm storage laws, commonly called Child Access Prevention or CAP laws, protect youth in three primary ways: reducing school shootings, reducing completion of suicide, and preventing unintentional shootings by children. The IASB position states it typically only considers issues within the school districts, but school shootings happen within the school. The majority of school shooters have a connection to the school, and as many as 74% of the shooters obtain their weapon from their own home or the home of a relative. Another factor is suicide. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for youth between the ages of 10 and 24, and the rates are now at an all-time high. School districts have an important role to play in preventing youth suicide and raising an awareness of this issue. Reducing youth access to firearms is a critical piece of suicide prevention plan. Just last year, a 7th grader at a middle school in Lyons Township brought a gun to school and went into a bathroom and shot himself. Let's help keep firearms out of the hands of children. Please vote yes to support Resolution 2. Sherry Romano, please help our children. I usually comment about following the science, which is still relevant. However, the mental health issues are growing. I know of 3 children hospitalized due to mental health issues. Drinking and using drugs has skyrocketed. Several parents struggle to get their kids out of bed on a daily basis. Depression is rampant. The kids are bored and have no opportunity to engage with sports, extracurricular activities, or clubs. Please help them. Bridget Butterly. Our family is supportive of the pause in school learning. We are supportive of any decision that is risk-based and made in consultation with data and the guidance of public health professionals. Julie Brown, thank you for working to keep students, staff, and families safe. We know remote learning is not easy for anyone, but recognize that keeping our community healthy and safe for everyone is most important. We appreciate the board making these difficult decisions based on recommendations of health officials. Shirley Stilson, please get our children back to school and teachers back in class. This is totally unacceptable to see these kids suffer and fall behind. We will see the effect of this for years to come. Please fight for our children. Carrie Kincannon, I want to thank CUSD for listening to the recent guidelines issued by the county regarding the spike in COVID positivity and choosing to keep our children and families safe during these uncertain times. As a parent, there's nothing more important to me, not sports, not some imagined risk of falling behind. Nothing is more important to me than the health and safety of my children. Such a shame that this seems to not universally be the case here in Elmhurst. In any case, this parent thanks you for putting the health and safety of our kids, our teachers, and our support staff first, and doing the right thing by moving to a fully remote setting until the science dictates that it's safe to return to the classroom. Christy Seisner. I am not sure why our school district, who was one of the first in DuPage County to start hybrid learning, is one of the few, possibly only now, is back to remote learning only. Other schools in DuPage County that are in session have not gone backwards due to the increase in cases in DuPage. I don't think shutting down schools for 2 weeks is going to make our numbers drop, seeing as the number of cases in our schools, including staff, is so low. I know this is a tough situation, but this pandemic is not going to go away. So we need to learn how to live with it and move forward, not backwards. Yes, kids are resilient, but I don't think anyone can argue that our children are getting the same education they were a year ago. They are missing about 10 hours a week of academic time, which is a lot of hours missed over the course of a school year. The teachers and staff are doing the best they can under these circumstances, but we need to be working to get our kids in school more days of the week, not less. If teachers, staff, and students follow the guidelines from the CDC and stay masked and 6 feet apart, being in school should be safe for everyone and should not require a shutdown. Gail Carrot, please continue with remote learning. Cases are continuing to rise, and I know from school pickup that many kids are taking off masks as soon as they leave York and walking home in groups maskless. I know this is tough, but cases in DuPage have doubled in the last few weeks, and already there's a lot of non-compliance. restaurants staying open, people not wearing masks. The risks of kids congregating and spreading the virus to vulnerable family members or teachers getting sick is too high right now. We cannot risk overwhelming our local hospitals, and the more risks we take, the more people die. I work as a senior scientist at a major national medical public health organization, but my opinions are mine only. Our cases are rising because we are congregating in groups and not following public health guidelines to control the infection in our community. We need to keep schools closed, wear masks, and practice social distancing. If we want to open school, there needs to be compliance with this as well, the extensive contact tracing and testing. My son will be logging in from home if school reopens. Carissa Lindquist. First of all, I know you've been working hard, and I thank you for that. Our teachers are doing an amazing job. This hasn't been an easy time for anyone, and there's never a decision that will be one size fits all. With that being said, I currently have a first grader at 205, a 4-year-old attending Emmanuel Lutheran. Emmanuel Lutheran initially seemed to have similar procedures and safeguards in place as did the district schools. I understand that private schools are able to limit class sizes and therefore can attend full-time. As much as I would love for my 6-year-old to be full-time, I was content in at least sending him on a hybrid schedule, knowing that class sizes are larger at Hawthorne. My first grader was thriving being at school and beaming every day at pickup, even if it was for only 2 days a week, only to have it ripped away just a month after we started back in person. I'm so thankful that my masked up 4-year-old can play with his friends on a playground at school and interact as young kids should and need to. It also pains me to see that while my younger one is out enjoying in-person school 5 days a week, our other child is sitting at home in front of an iPad for close to 5 hours a day. How is it that all these other children at private schools can continue to safely attend school all while 205 children sit at home staring at their screens? The district has offered a fully remote option, and for those that do not feel comfortable coming back in person, they have the choice to stay home. Why do families who want their children not have that option? I would understand if the numbers back this up, however, they just don't add up. Outbreaks are not occurring in the schools, and one-off cases are being contained and handled as necessary, meaning the protocols are working. Cases will come up. It's about containing them, as has been the case. Please listen to the families. They know what's best for their kids, and it seems the board is losing sight of that. Sure, I lost it. Okay. Sorry. Parent of a 205 student. Thank you for making the safety of our children and teachers a priority. I want hybrid brought back, but only when deemed safe for all. I know you're getting a frenzied pushback for your decision, but as a parent of a 205 student, I stand behind your decision in the wake of rising cases and potential increased community spread. Tim Kenny. The uptick in COVID cases has everyone concerned. However, so does the mental and physical health impacts that remote learning has had on our children. If the private schools can stay open, what are they doing right that we aren't? Has anyone reached out to those schools and asked, what are you doing right? Even with the vaccine, we all know that this is not going away anytime soon. We are all empathetic to those who have been impacted directly or indirectly by this virus, but we need to continue to move forward for our children. If we do not get them back into school and provide some sort of structured normalcy, the effects of COVID-19 will pale in comparison to what long-term effects this is having and will continue to have on our children. Let's all work together on a compromise for our children and get them back to school. Katie Marshall, I am writing to you to beg to reconsider closing down the schools in District 205. I can mention all the facts and statistics about screen time, mental health issues, and the infection rates that others have mentioned, but I want to focus on how it has personally affected our children and family. Our children have been learning through computer screens for a total of 5 months and approximately 324 hours since the pandemic started. Our children can't take it anymore. They have lost interest in school, no longer find the excitement in learning, and long for social interaction from friends and teachers. My children are not where they should be or need to be, which I think will be reflected in the MAP testing. As a parent, it is heartbreaking to watch this happening, knowing that it doesn't have to be this way right now. I understand that the schools will probably close again at some point if the data showed outbreaks in schools, but I have yet to find that data on our schools or schools on a national level. You should make your decisions based off of numbers specifically pertaining to schools, not just the state and DuPage County numbers as a deciding factor. The other issue I have has to do with our taxes, school fees, and our home values. Are we going to get a tax credit? What are we paying for? Our tax dollars are supposed to be paying for 35 full hours a week, and that is not happening. Is the school board going to reimburse the working parents for the extra services that they need to bring in to teach their children while they're working? What is going to happen to our home values with all the negative press our school board and teachers union are getting with the handling of the pandemic and their public arguing on social media? How many families are looking to flee the district schools and go to private or move completely? I think that us, the taxpayers, should have more of a say or get a refund on our property taxes. I bring up all these points to show the ripple effects that are your decisions have. I understand that the school board, parents, students never asked to be in this situation of uncharted waters with this pandemic, but we are. All I ask is that you put your politics and special interests aside and listen to the parents, teachers, students, and facts as it pertains to school.
One more, and then you can summarize if there's any left.
Okay. Amy Wellman. My daughter is a first grader at Hawthorne, and I believe she can safely learn in school. Spending 5 hours a day on an iPad is not the education of our children deserve, and she loved going in person even for the 2 days a week. I'm a huge proponent of public education, and it saddens me to feel that our district is failing our children. They wear masks, keep their distance, and have followed the rules, and the data supports that this virus is not spreading in schools as it was once feared. Please consider doing what is right, especially for our youngest children, and get them back in the classroom where it's best for them to learn. That was the 75th comment out of 129. And the numbers are split, supporting and requesting us to reconsider.
Okay, thank you. And just as a reminder, all the public comments are part of the board minutes from each board meeting, but then they are also separately posted on the website. And I do know there was one meeting that got missed, but they're all up there now. So just wanted to say those will all be posted or tomorrow or the day after. Okay, moving on, before we get to the business piece of our meeting, I'm going to, as long as no one has an objection, I would like to move item B under superintendent's communication, the COVID dashboard report, up to discuss that first, and then we'll follow with the rest of the agenda as it's presented. Are there any objections to that? Okay, so with that then, I will turn it over to the superintendent, who's going to give us, I believe, some updates, and then we can discuss, obviously based on public comment. There are a lot of feelings, and I guess what I would just say is that there are 10,000 people, 10,000 students and staff, and we all want to make good decisions for their mental health and physical health. We care, we're parents ourselves, and we're gonna discuss and do the best that we can for our community. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Moyer.
RJ, can you put the dashboard up then, please? We'll talk about the update in a minute. I just want to provide some background information before we talk about the specific numbers and get into trying to address some of the specific concerns that have come forward recently from various people related to this decision. So on August 28th, the DuPage County Health Department released its guidance for schools. On August 31st, the district communicated to families that it would follow these metrics when determining the appropriate mode of learning, that is hybrid versus remote. 5 days after the health department metrics were released, September 2nd, District 205 began welcoming students back to the district. It was among the first in DuPage County to welcome students back and the first to have all general education students back on campus for in-person learning. It did everything in its power to expedite this return, knowing that a move to remote was possible at some point later in the fall. The administration understands the community's desire for in-person learning. It shares the desire to have students in school for as much in-person learning as possible. The recent decision to move to remote learning for a 2-week period of time was due to the county being designated as substantial risk of transmission of COVID-19, having reached a 7-day average of 119 cases per 100,000 100,000 people. This past week, the county was placed in substantial risk category in not one but 4 of the 6 categories. The 7-day average cases per 100,000 rose to 152, and the 7-day positivity rate rose to 7.6%, up from 6%. In addition, youth cases increased 20% to 180 for the week. These metrics are a week behind, and as of yesterday, the positivity rate for Region 8, which is currently in mitigation, was 9.5%. The positivity rate in Elmhurst as of October 26th was 4.22%, below the county average, but the weekly cases per 100,000 were 160.4, above the county. 2 days ago, an 18-year-old University of Illinois freshman passed away due to the virus. Based on the most recent meeting with health department officials, COVID is currently the 3rd leading cause of death in the United States behind heart disease and cancer. This past month, hospitalizations in DuPage County rose 157%. Actual outbreak metrics account for only about 10% of cases, and contrary to what some believe, the increase in positive cases is not due to increased testing. It is true that the district has been successful in implementing its Open D205 plan. There have been no known cases of transmission in school, but as the community spread increases, this will become increasingly challenging as the district continues to face daily challenges staffing in every school. There are few subs and virtually no applicants for open positions. As people display symptoms or have to quarantine, specialists and aides are pulled from their responsibilities to cover classrooms. While it is true that some districts have elected to stay open, it is also true that many never opened. Others have moved to remote or delayed their opening. The district administration recognizes the importance of children being in school and the desire of families to have their children in school. It is particularly sensitive to concerns related to mental health. The district is working with legal counsel and health professionals to consider an approach to returning to hybrid learning based on Elmhurst metrics rather than only countywide metrics. This will be designed to continue to emphasize safety and preserve legal protections under Illinois law. It is also exploring options for wide-scale testing, which would be a preventative measure that could help sustain in-person learning. Student Services is developing plans to strengthen its outreach to struggling students and families. The administration will be working with activity sponsors to ensure that students and teachers are interacting with each other on a regular basis. The district is expected to learn on Wednesday what will be permitted regarding winter sports. It is important to emphasize that school personnel cannot return to hybrid learning or sustain it without support from the community. We have had positive cases due to sleepovers, visits to fall festivals, and have learned of private homecoming parties and other events that compromise social distancing in which people are not wearing masks. We have people that are not adhering to the self-certification process and sending students to school who are showing symptoms. This not only increases risk, but forces school personnel to repurpose staff to contact trace and manage safety considerations that could have been prevented and that compromise learning. The administration is working hard to ensure a return to hybrid learning on November 5th. We hope that the rates of infection begin to decline and allow for us to safely do so. If you take a look at the presentation of the dashboard, you can see some of the numbers that I have referred to, and you can see the positive COVID cases that we've had in the district. I believe that's since August, but I don't know the exact date in August. Kevin or Marianne might be able to help me out with that. But that number is 68, 13 staff, and 55 students. Then if you, just as a point of reference, if you go into the box in the upper right-hand corner, you can key up the history and go and backtrack and follow and see how things have evolved over time. So this is for the current week. Now, the health department had been updating its metrics on Friday afternoon at 1:30, It is now moved to updating its metrics Monday morning at 10 a.m. And so we will have a communication as promised on Friday, and we will be getting those numbers, but we may change our communication schedule in the future to Mondays, depending on how easy it is to continue to accurately update the dashboard. So if you want to just scroll down and just kind of work through it, those are the total number of people that have been quarantined, but we can also break that into weekly numbers. The current weekly numbers, as you can see, are shown in the bar graphs. And then the chart from the county is below, and that way you can see what the metrics are for substantial. And what we've done below that is we've taken those county metrics and we've shown you the weekly update from the county. Many of those numbers were numbers that I cited in my opening statement, but that can show you how things have moved from the previous week when we first went into substantial to this week, when our numbers continue to increase. So I don't know that there's anything in particular that we need to go into there, because in this particular case, I referenced a lot of those numbers already, but I just referenced that because that is a good opportunity for people in the community to continue to track what's going on locally. Now, we've had a wide variety of questions that have come forward to us, and we're going to do our best to address those because we recognize how important this conversation is to everybody. And so I'm just going to start out by saying that, can we confirm that there are no cases that can be traced to our school environment? And the answer to that is, at this point, we've not been able to confirm the spread between students or from staff to students or from staff to staff. With that said, some have been critical of our strategy to quarantine higher numbers of students or staff, and one of the only reasons why we have not had spread is because of our strong quarantine processes along with our other safety protocols. We are following to the letter the Illinois Health Department expectations in that regard. We've had 68 students and staff test positive since the middle of August. The challenge that we have is we're not able to control what people do outside of school. Now, that I do want to point out that just as the county dashboard is set up, our local dashboard also can only report known instances. And so when we have people that are asymptomatic or other things like that, and we just don't know, that's not reflected in the numbers. The next question, I will address many of these. I will also have some other members of our cabinet be addressing some of these questions periodically here. So I'm turning this next one over to Kevin.
Yep. So we've received some questions about there do seem to be studies and data which indicate that schools are not spreader environments for either students or staff. And our own data say the same, both overall and when we went through a prior spike. And how do we grapple with that? And so the short answer to that is that we actually don't have convincing evidence about that to date. So actually, when we went back and talked with the DuPage County Health Department, and then went back to the CDC website, the research in this area right now is inconclusive at this point, and the best that we have at this point is anecdotal evidence. There have been some recent studies about this, about the role that schools play. According to the CDC, it's important to consider community transmission risk as schools have reopened. Evidence from schools internationally suggests that school reopenings are safe in communities with low COVID transmission rates. Computer simulations from Europe have suggested that school reopenings may further increase transmission risks in communities where transmission is already high. So it goes on to talk about other things that need to be done. And many of them are things that need to be done in the community. And so again, the short answer there is that the studies have been inconclusive, and that is just because of the fact that, again, this is a novel virus that we don't have enough information on yet.
I think we'll get better information on that. I think that one of the reasons why they're inconclusive is that a lot of schools haven't been open a lot over the last several months, and so people are learning about these things all the time. And I do know that we have been able to keep our kids safe at school, and we're proud of that. We've worked very hard to do that. But we also know that health department officials are telling us that there, as Kevin referenced, there is a correlation between community spread and what you see in school. So the key, even though we've been able to open school, the key to keeping schools open, really one of the major factors is controlling the community numbers and the local numbers. Another related question to that was about taking a look at more localized numbers and trying to see if there are some things that are related to some of the zip codes that feed into our district or Elmhurst metrics, where we could feel comfortable that we could safely open even if the county is in substantial risk. And I would add, from my perspective, hopefully if we are looking to consider, as I said, a system that gives us more flexibility that takes into account some local numbers. So getting those local numbers is really important. But at the same time, taking a look at, when you take a look at all the zip codes that feed into our school, we do get 8.6% of our students from Bensonville, Oak Brook, and Addison. And when you combine all of the positivity rates on a percentage breakdown of the Elmhurst and the other zip codes, it is difficult to be able to break it down because not all of those other zip codes actually come to our schools, and some Elmhurst zip codes, I think, technically go to Villa Park and 88. But for the most part, we're primarily Elmhurst. We have slices of some of the other communities. When you take that into account, our Elmhurst numbers, as I said in my report, are 160.4 per 100,000, with a positivity rate of 4.22%. And that number is pretty good, although that came down recently. That was above the county for a period of time. So that's one of the reasons why we look at trends and not just like, yesterday or 3 days ago. And then Bensonville's numbers are higher than Elmhurst's. Oak Brook's cases are higher, the positivity rate is lower, and Addison's cases and positivity rate are higher. So the total positivity rate, which is completely an estimate, but it's our best opportunity to try to take a look at our D205 enrollment boundaries, is new cases currently at 206.72 per 100,000 last 7-day average, and the positivity rate at 6.22%. Still below the county overall. And that's as it stands right now. So we can continue to monitor that over time and see if we can find ways to incorporate some of those numbers into our decision making, and if we see positive trends, take some of those things into account. That's our plan moving forward. The next two questions that we want to try to present, we have about 10 or so, just so you know, is we're going to have Scott speak to those. So Scott, if you could please jump in.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. We had two questions related to mental health and safety, and also education level, specifically around consistency, accountability, and trying to make up any missed work that students may be incurring from the gap in the spring to now. The guidance from ISB on July 23rd did provide some emphasis on what the state is referring to as content selection and prioritization. And what that allowed us to do was to really try to accelerate the learning this year by going through, as a learning and teaching department, along with teachers, to prioritize specific standards. So there are documented structures that have been developed to help point out priority standards in specific areas like English language arts and math, to help increase focus for those areas that are real, potential concerns. And then instructional strategies are being developed constantly to help meet those standards and also cycle those into the lessons in a way that allows for creative opportunities, such as the start of the lesson that might address a missed standard or a standard that was assessed and showed a need for student growth. We have professional learning sessions constantly and designed for the staff. We're working on assessment at the moment and instructional unit and lesson planning specifically. Just to give you a little snapshot of what that has been looking like. Last week, the principals and assistant principals met with the learning and teaching department, and today the coaches met with the learning and teaching department. And what's really been nice is the shared focus on trying to find and replicate strategies that are working and refining those along the way to help the staff access those so that everyone has access to the best instructional work that's happening in the district. The state provided remote learning professional development days, as we all know. Our next day is November 18th. We have sessions focused on accessing instructional units so that the students can access those. And again, assessment, as I mentioned, and specifically feedback for the students in the remote setting. We are also looking at the hybrid setting in that PD as well. In terms of mental health and safety, we do have a number of creative approaches taking place with SEL. Just a few little examples. We have PE teachers that are engaging the students in very creative activities. We have teachers scheduling and structuring small group check-ins. There have been a number of fun classroom engagement activities that have come out with sort of a, not to say hidden SEL component, but a way that is addressing SEL items with the students, especially at the younger ages that may not realize it's SEL focused. We also have teachers structuring time to help the students with organization, and even using some of the online platforms to help the students feel like they have that organizational skill being built even more. And then structured lesson planning together, and those are just a few examples. November 18th is also going to have planning sessions for student services related staff. Likely that would involve folks like the counselors, and looking at ways to constantly refine the SEL supports, whether it be it remote or in person or a combination of the both. I think the next one is me too. Dr. Moyer, if you'd like me to keep going.
Yes.
The next question we had related to specifically accountability and sort of quality control of the teaching and making sure that things are consistent and really having a clear way to progress monitor instruction and help staff grow. And just to help clarify, for any potential parents that are watching, the recommendation of the district, if you're having an issue with a specific teacher, is to really first address and contact that teacher. I know that can be difficult as a parent myself, but that will help the immediacy of it and will also help clarify any potential misinformation. If that is not met with any sort of satisfactory needs, by all means, the next step would be a building administrator or someone in that level, such as the principal in K-8 or an assistant principal. And then obviously going into the district office should you need to after that. We do that and recommend that so that allows for quick access to answers and allows to get at sort of the heart of the problem if there is a problem as it relates to either the instructional delivery model or potential lesson or even just minor misconfusions that might be taking place. In regards to checking into and supporting the high quality teaching and learning, we do have a shared commitment to constantly improving that. We have teacher evaluations that have now started up. We have and alignment within the evaluation to specific topic areas. Again, we're seeing some forming of consistency from the work the coaches are doing and the work that the principals and the assistant principals will be doing as evaluators. So we sort of have the balance of support and progress monitoring to help see, how the professional development is playing out in the classroom and where we could provide more attention. We also have a session coming up with the principals and assistant principals on November 5th. That will focus specifically on observation, evaluation, and coaching. The Danielson framework, which is what our teachers are using as our instructional common language, will be focused in upon, and there will be what are called priority components, which allows for more focus in the remote setting to help the staff know some of the look-fors and some of the successful strategies that will also be an outcome of November 5th. We are one of the few, to my knowledge and my networking, neighboring districts that are continuing on with teacher evaluation. There are a lot that have decided not to do that this year, and I think that that speaks to the real work ethic of the principals. I talked to one today, and the principal has 62 teachers to observe this year, which is going to be a significant amount of hours on top of some of the work of contact tracing and other challenges along the way. So the commitment is there, the alignment is forming, and hopefully instruction is improving along the way as well.
All right, thank you. The next one, shift gears a little bit and asks why we need a 2-week pause. It's typically what's recommended and consistent with sort of the quarantine and the period of time that they recommend, people need to stay home if there's a concern. But I'm going to let Kevin try to give a little bit more specific response to that one.
Sure. So guidance from the DuPage County Health Department indicates that when considering a shift to more in-person learning or more remote learning, all metrics should be under the identified thresholds for a given level for at least 2 consecutive weeks. So they actually, that's the guidance that they've given to us. With that said, I can tell you that we are examining the data every single day. We get new data and new metrics in from the DuPage County Health Department, the Illinois Department of Public Health, the Northwestern dashboard every single day. While we don't necessarily update it for the public, we are poring over that data on a day-to-day basis. We're also looking at locally our rates of absenteeism for our students and the rates of absenteeism for our staff when they are in a hybrid situation or even when they are remote, to better understand what is going on in our community and how the virus is impacting our students overall.
Thank you. And the next one is also you. And it relates to the balance of the COVID transmission and health concerns as it relates to the physical illness and balancing that with the mental health impacts of not attending school in person. And I can assure you that we have taken those things into account. We do read all of the research from around the country every day from all the various outlets, news outlets, universities, professional organizations, et cetera. And we know that that's an issue. I mean, we acknowledge that. I wanted Kevin to just speak to some of the things that the student services people are working on to try to address these things and intensify our efforts to make sure that we're meeting the needs in that particular area.
Sure. So right from the very start of the adaptive pause, we asked our case managers, school social workers, school counselors, school psychologists to reach out to every single family individually. We've received some feedback that that is already happening. And to our students who are most vulnerable. And so we would define that as students with special education needs or students with EL backgrounds. And so we know that that is already happening to make sure that their mental health needs, even if that is just a Zoom chat, even if it's just a phone call, that is already going on. So that's the first part. The second part is that we recognize that our community is much larger than just students with IEPs and 504s and EL students. And so we are going to make available on our websites beginning as soon as possible a form where people can request additional counseling or support from our district. One of the things that I would like to say here is that, so the exact question here was, do the medical experts that we've been consulting with at DuPage County Health Department actually take into account the, social, emotional, and the mental health impacts of everybody learning at home versus the risk of the disease itself? And the absolute answer is yes. The DuPage County Health Department has a team of professionals that is always working on this, that is attempting to weigh the risks and benefits for all of us and to provide us with the best information possible. And this is something that we are always trying to take into account. With all of that said, we have to understand that, as with all situations, that while schools are strong supporters of mental health and development of our children and young adults, we can't be the only supporters of mental health. We can't be the only pieces of the puzzle, so to speak. There are community providers, private and public, who are ready, willing, and able to support our students and their families. This pandemic is taking its toll on our students, and that must continue to be our first priority. However, we must also understand that empty buckets can't pour, and the mental health needs of our adults who support our students and the adults who support our adults also must be tended to. Our goal always is to provide a high quality and well-balanced system of supports for our students and their families, whether we're in person or in remote, and we are always making efforts to do that on a day-to-day basis.
I also don't know that Bev was anticipating this, so I apologize, but we've been talking about this quite a bit lately, and we are at a point where we were able to get the school year off the ground, which was, obviously pretty all-consuming. And we're starting to move on to being able to reconnect with some of our other things in the district that we value. And Thrive D205 is going to continue. And Bev has met with her subcommittee of sort of core leaders. And we're in the initial stages of mapping out a plan for the next couple months over the course of the remainder of the fall, leading into the holidays and then beyond. So I don't know if you want to comment in greater detail on that, Bev, but I did want people to know that that is going to start to resurface, and people will start hearing about that again.
Thank you. Thrive D205, it is hard to believe that it's been over a year that it's been in existence, but its launch specifically was to begin to address mental health needs amongst our students, and it's certainly still a need today. In meeting with some of my subcommittee members, the desire is to revamp some web space on the Thrive D205 page so that we can continually offer resources to the community, from videos to small articles that you can read, to additional ways that you can, such as a listing of all of our counselors and how you can tap those individuals and make sure that you're connecting if your student needs some help or if you need some help. In addition, we're considering and certainly working on bringing in new speakers and making sure that we can do that via Zoom and making that available to our entire parent population, our entire school community. And Dr. Moyer, am I at liberty to announce our first speaker yet, or are you still working on that?
We have a confirmation. We don't have anything signed, but sure.
Okay.
Although, although I reserve the right just in case, but
That's okay. We are looking on November 9th, and that is coming rapidly around the corner, to welcome to our district Michael Horn. And many of you may be familiar with him from the book Blended, and I believe he has a new book out there called Choosing College. But beginning that speaker series to bring in and talk about that anxiety, talk about what it takes to really blend and meld education at this particular point in time, and kick us off and get us into a vein where we are really addressing what's happening with our families today. Also, have had some tentative conversations with our student services department and Kevin to make sure that we have some additional parent type university sessions and really breaking down the distance learning playbook for parents. What are you experiencing in terms of remote learning, and how do you get yourself ready for that and really use that as a resource? And also working on a capstone speaker to wind that up at the end of November. So really looking to support our parents in this first semester. We'll be moving fast, but we're going to make sure that those resources are available to our parents.
I could answer this question, but I just wanted to make sure that Chris stayed with us here. So that the next question has to do with mask compliance. And
Yes.
Mr. Welton was one of our big he's a safety guy and big safety person as far as developing our original plan, so I'm giving a nod to him here.
Yes, our students are doing very well with wearing masks. We have a very high rate of compliance with students wearing masks at all levels. With this said, we have 13 students, primarily in our low-incidence special education programs, who have medical exemptions, meaning that they do not wear masks during the day. Additionally, a small group of students, primarily at the younger grades, require consistent reminders and modeling in order to wear the masks appropriately. But with all that said, though, we have a very high rate of compliance with our students wearing masks at all levels.
So then we move on to a couple questions that move back to being a little bit more academic in nature. The first one relates to our use of time on Wednesdays. That's been an ongoing topic of conversation. And we recognize that there are some things that we had envisioned that might not be playing out the way we had originally hoped. We are going to use the data from the most recent parent survey. We've already engaged our principals in conversations about how to revamp that time on Wednesdays. So we expect that we will be making some schedule adjustments at all grade levels, but specifically in relation to the use of Wednesdays, we expect that we'll see some revisions there, possibly even before the holidays, but I would say for sure starting second semester. The next question has to do with minutes of instruction at York, and I'm going to let Scott address that one.
Sure. So principals have been having ongoing individual conversations and planning. Today, we formally met as a group, 612, along with district center staff. And the real focus was on, as Dr. Moyer mentioned, continuous improvement on Wednesdays. And there are ongoing developments taking place. We are anticipating adjustments. And we've really started to look at some of the student feedback, and that's been very helpful to see how to make this work for as many of the stakeholders involved, but specifically the students. From the week 8 survey results, which ended last week on Friday, we had approximately 67% of 442 students express some appreciation for the current structure at York with Wednesdays. To give you a little bit of a snapshot of that, in terms of wanting students to attend class each day, like a typical day, 73% of the responding parents felt that was the best approach, whereas 10% of the students felt that way. in terms of attending only classes or subjects in which students needed extra help. And then if there was no need for extra help, there would be work done remotely. We had 15% of 15% of parent respondents feeling that that was ideal, and 67% of students. In terms of attending the class like a typical day and only staying if needing extra help, we had 10% of parents seeming to like that, and 23% of the students. One of the really nice additives at York High School for qualitative student feedback has been the Principal Student Advisory Council, and this group met last week. Roughly 43 students, I think, Principal Bogdasarian has in that group. And this has been really helpful as a follow-up to the Thrive D205 outcomes from last year. And we've been able to nudge our way into some of those meetings, and we do appreciate Principal Bogdasarian for allowing us to do that. And in the meeting last week, questions were posed to the students regarding Wednesdays, regarding academic procedures, which was some of the outcomes from Thrive, if you recall. And the majority of the students in that group, on a qualitative level, expressed some appreciation for the check-in element of Wednesdays, but they did share opportunities for improvement around areas of clarity on the times and, what is required and what's not. So there's a clear indication that we can, work this out and find a good path forward that meets both the students' needs and also allows for the instruction to remain high quality. In terms of a minute breakdown, currently at York, last Wednesday, we had about 69% of our students attend class out of all their classes. So that was an optional day, but roughly almost 70% took advantage of it. The other 30% either had asynchronous learning or activity-based work that they completed. In minutes, we have 280 minutes per day right now, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And then there's a 210-minute optional time on Wednesdays. So that range is roughly 1,120 minutes to 1,330 minutes a week in total. Just as one, local district comparison, District 204 has 4 60-minute periods in their remote schedule. So that's roughly 240 minutes per day, 4 days a week. And then they are running a 315-minute Monday schedule. So they have a range anywhere from 960 to 1275. So we seemingly are in a similar comparison to some other schools. I know Lake Park High School is another district that has a similar model, and we're gathering other examples and talking at the school levels and the district levels to see, how that's going for folks that may have been in remote and what they're trying to, improve from that, and then what they want to make sure that they don't do so that we can help each other out and just make it the best model possible for students. So I hope that's helpful. I know that's a little bit more just sort of a high-level breakdown with a couple different data sets, but I wanted at least to know that we are following up with the Wednesday piece, and we are looking at the student data specifically.
So I'm going to try to take this home here. The next one is what is planned to be left out of the curriculum at each grade level this year? Is there a plan to cover the material in the next grade level next year? The curriculum is based on state standards. The district has defined power standards, which are defined as those based on endurance, leverage, and readiness. Endurance is defined as when the standard represents learning that goes beyond one course or grade level and is representative of a concept or skill that is important in life. Leverage is defined as when the standard represents learning that is applied to both the content area and in other content areas. And readiness is defined as when the standard represents learning that is essential for success in a new unit, course of study, or grade level. The district has not stopped covering other standards. It is simply being more strategic about the evidence it collects for the standards it reports on. This is the direction the district has been moving and allows for more integrated and relevant units of instruction. By honing in on those power standards, teachers will personalize learning throughout the year for students who have not mastered them or who have entered or will enter the next grade level with some skill deficiencies due to the current circumstances. As it relates to science and social studies, science and social studies standards are still going to be covered. They're just not going to be reported on, and the material is going to be included in some of the nonfiction reading, writing, and more interdisciplinary types of approaches to the core instruction. But we did feel a need at the elementary grade level to really hone in on making sure that our kids are proficient at grade level in ELA and math. The next question, has the Elmhurst Hospital and neighboring health centers experienced, what have they experienced so far in changes in hospitalization rates? DuPage County is part of Region 8, according to the Department of Public Health. As of Monday, October 26th, 27% of the available hospital beds in our region are available. At 20%, additional mitigations are warranted. Additionally, 39% of the ICU beds are available. The increase in DuPage County has been 157% over the last 30 days. Related to the next question, what are these parameters for uptick in cases related to leading versus lagging indicators? And that's a really important question to look at, because the hospitalizations and the death rates always are the lagging indicators that follow the increase in the transmission rates and infection rates. So their hospitalizations will almost certainly go up, and that is concerning to the health department. As it relates to spread, as we've said, if the schools are doing a pretty good job containing spread, this question is, where is it coming from? What types of events are known to have been associated with this? And so there, as I said in the data, currently no outbreaks identified in D205 schools. 68 known cases of staff and students have tested positive, and only 10% or so of the positive cases in DuPage County are due to outbreaks of any kind. So the virus really is spread primarily when people are not taking proper precautions. The level of community spread is currently alarming for the state health officials, as stated above. And as a lead-in, all of these questions are kind of combined. Hospitalizations and death rates lag behind positivity and case rates. So what's really important about managing spread, it's the same thing that everybody has been saying for a while, and it seems to, every time you hear it, become more and more true, and that is wear a mask, wash your hands regularly, adhere to social distancing, and avoid large group gatherings. Those are the things that are causing the spread to increase. Now there are, probably some other factors that you hear about and read about, but those are the things that we have the most control over that we really need to focus on. So that's it as far as our prepared questions that came to us based on concerns that we've all heard from our community. So if there's anything you would like us to delve into in more detail or clarify, we can do that. But we did our best to cover what we thought the people's concerns were coming into the meeting.
Thank you for that. All right, Jim?
I'd like to take up on your invitation to delve into at least one subject. My interpretation of what you said about leaving things out of the curriculum, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that we are leaving nothing out of the curriculum at any grade level this year. We're just not reporting on some things. Did I hear that? Did I interpret that correctly?
I don't know that that's completely correct. I think that we've said, going all the way back to last spring in our work over the summer, was that we were going to have to narrow the standards and really focus on what the power standards were and make sure that those standards were mastered. But the idea that we're not teaching to the standards in the other grade levels, in the other subject areas is not accurate. And when it comes to the upper grade levels, where people are getting grades for courses, and you have sort of the Carnegie unit concept, the learning may look different, and they may have to approach it differently, but they should be achieving all of the essential outcomes by the end of the course that they were expected to achieve.
At least that's, the fact that we're covering everything is not the perception of a lot of parents. So we may want to spend some time, if that is the case, that we are covering everything, covering all of our standards, we may want to spend some effort to make that more clear to parents exactly how we're doing that. With a it's a dramatically reduced school week from other years. So, I mean, it's just, I think people are having a hard time wrapping their heads around how we can cover everything within that dramatically reduced instructional time.
Well, we may need to improve some of the ways that teachers communicate with parents, or that buildings are communicating, or that the district office is communicating to try to help people understand. I think if you're talking about content and coverage, there may be some things that are not going to be identical to what you would have in a traditional situations. But in terms of the standards that people are expected to master, or the essential outcomes that they're expected to achieve by the end of a course, those should not be compromised.
Are these power standards on our website somewhere?
Yes, they are. I don't know off the top of my head. Unfortunately, Nikki's not here tonight. But there is in Learning and Teaching in August, we posted everything. We posted all the reporting standards. So those should be available for anybody who's interested.
Okay, Chris.
Thanks for all the details. I just wanted to go back to the issue of metrics. And so I'm in favor of integrating a more local view into the metrics that we are going to use to make decisions for our district. At the same time, I don't think that we should abandon using the county metrics. I think there should be a blend of those two things to help inform proper decision-making. And I do think it would be appropriate to also consider a third factor, which is our own safety track record of operating our schools, and just the growing body of evidence available to us from other sources on folks who are operating schools in other areas. So I'd like to see a blended set of metrics from those three sources to help us going forward. I think when we first put this in place, we didn't have a safety track record of our own, nor did anybody else, and we really just had the county metrics. That's all we had. Now we have more than that, and I think blending that together would be wise. And I respect the pushback that we've gotten from a lot of constituents of you need to bring this decision making closer to home and make it more localized. I think that there's a lot of merit to that, and in part I think we should do that. Second point, I'm not convinced that operating with 0 kids in the buildings is the right decision for us. I understand why we had to operate at significantly reduced capacity at the onset of the crisis. I understand why we continue to have to operate at reduced capacity. But we have vast ownership of property assets in our district. I mean, we could triple, quadruple the social distancing. I'm just not convinced it needs to be 0. And we have students that have significant needs and families who count on our district in certain areas, and I would just like to push for that number to be something more than 0. Next point, just safety procedures. I think that we should take a fresh look. I don't want to be in a situation where metrics improve, but then we don't have safety procedures that are designed for a winter environment. So I think we should start reopening that now and making sure that we have a plan for what are we going to do when we don't have outside as one of our tools, because I know a lot of principals and teachers are utilizing that as much as they can right now. And then lastly, I've had an opportunity to meet with a few of our principals, interact with many teachers and administrators, and I just wanted to acknowledge I've just noticed many of them going above and beyond to try to help our kids during this environment. And it's been, an interesting experience hearing from them what they're going through and the challenges that they're facing. And those who are listening, you know who you are, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Courtney?
So I'm going to echo quite a few things that Jim and Chris just mentioned. I mean, I think the community is very confused, especially at the elementary level right now, about the communication and how they received it about social studies and science. I think many of these parents felt that this was being eliminated from the curriculum and not being taught at all. Many of the public comments tonight clearly expressed that same thing. So I think we do need to do a better job communicating, and I was going to ask the same thing Jim did. I'm confirming that information, those standards about social studies and science are not being eliminated from their day. They are being incorporated in reading blocks throughout their day, but they're still receiving that instruction for those standards.
That's correct.
Okay.
I confirm that with learning and teaching today, and we can construct a follow-up communication that tries to reiterate that. I understand, I think that people tried to be clear in the communication, but I also know it was the first time that people saw it, and that it is possible that we maybe didn't make things as clear as we thought we did, so we can revisit that.
That would be great, so that everybody is clear. I also want to follow up on the 0 kids in the buildings comment that Chris made, and I'm trying to understand, given the vast properties that we have, why we can't get our EL kids and special needs kids and kids that are at the most risk back in the building. Do we have the staff present to facilitate that happening? And can we get those kids back in now?
We could do that with the rapid increase in the rates. The concern is the health and safety factor. As Kevin pointed out, we have some kids that have mask exemptions. We have virtually all of those students would be riding the bus. It was just a matter of the health concerns, and we do have significant staffing challenges, but we were running those programs prior to the decision. The decision was more based on the criteria that we were using, which was a county criteria. So I'm fairly far along in a process of taking a look at being able to include some local metrics and possibly some other indicators, like Chris said, where we monitor perhaps incidences within individual buildings across the campus or other things like that. And so I'm hoping that by the end of the week, we'll be in a position where we can communicate that. We need to finalize some things with our attorneys and with some health experts to get some feedback on what we're thinking about. So hopefully that will happen soon, and we can meet our target date of at least bringing some of our students back into the building on November 5th. We'll bring as many back as we think is safe. We certainly would also, though, like to see some of those numbers start to plateau and go the other direction. As of right now, I think that they're also still, we have to, I think, acknowledge the fact that those numbers are currently right now not where we would like them to be and not going in the right direction. So we'll have to take all of those things into account.
So is it fair to say that you feel like you're far enough along in the new metrics that you hope to utilize to use that new system of decision-making in in deciding whether we go back on November 5th to hybrid or we stay remote for 2 more weeks?
That depends on how soon I can secure some opinion from some medical experts. The last time we reached out, we had some difficulty getting some of our local people to partner with us on that, and I have some ideas on what we could do, and I'm hoping that I can get that part of it done within the next couple of days. That's really, at this point, the bigger issue is getting the sign-off from some medical professionals.
Sign off to change the determination of the metrics that we use to make the pivot decision?
Yeah, giving us some assurances that the new approach would stand muster and, provide for safe environments and be an adequate replacement option to what the county is currently recommending.
And to Chris's point, does our success play into that metrics at all? I know it's a subjective opinion in ours, but I think we can say that, we have successfully brought our kids back into the buildings. And
Well, yeah, I think it does. And according to our legal people, it does. What we want to make sure is that the health experts can say that part of the overall plan is the fact that your plan is effective, your system is working, and that's part of what supports that we could safely use some alternative criteria in bringing kids back. The county, according to the current situation, will likely be in substantial risk for a period of time. So the idea here would be is if the numbers start to come back down, even if the county is still in substantial risk for 1 or 2 categories or for whatever reason, can we have some assurances that bringing kids back will actually be safe? And can we protect the district from any, potential legal ramifications of having the hybrid instruction when the county is still insubstantial? But I think we're making progress. I just have to get that piece from health officials, and then I think we're good to go. Obviously, the goal would be to have that as soon as possible, but I don't know that I can for sure guarantee I can have that by Friday. I would certainly like to.
all right, and so then my last topic, I think it's probably more for Scott. I don't think any of us are surprised, or did we need to wait to hear the survey results from the parents to know that instructional minutes is a big concern? It certainly is for me. And I saw, a couple weeks ago or a month ago, everything's a blur right now, but that the middle schools pivoted on their Wednesdays. And, they pivoted to getting instructional time, although not a full class, but instructional time for every class in their schedule. And I don't know how many meetings we've sat through that we've heard that and let me back up for a second. I recognize that Wednesdays in the beginning, when we first came back, were going to be committed for our students that were falling behind. So we didn't lose kids, that kids needed extra help. That was going to be the focus on Wednesdays. But I think we've gotten past the point where the numbers of kids that are falling behind are so great that we're doing a disservice by just using this day, which is confusing to all the families, as opposed to having the structure of instruction and a schedule in place. And I'm specifically talking at the high school now, where there is no structure and there is no real requirement for kids to be there. And if they're there, it's a check-in, and I've witnessed it, and there's no structure to it, and there's no instruction. So I'm wondering what it is that we need to happen before Wednesdays turn into an instructional day, whether it's like the middle school is, where it's 30 minutes of every class, 1 through 8, or whether we alternate, 1 through 4, or whatever. The A schedule goes on one week, the B schedule goes on something. But I feel like we've wasted 2 months of non-instruction on Wednesdays at high school level, and I don't understand why we keep working on it and without making any changes.
Scott, could you verify for us that we had a conversation at about 4:48 this afternoon explaining that that's the expectation?
We should have had the board meeting at 4.
That we see some significant improvement in our use of time on Wednesdays, and maybe just give another quick hit on your meeting this afternoon?
Sure. So I think the short answer to the question is we need to make sure we have a structured way to provide supports for students that need it. So if the day changes, we want to make sure that that fits in other days of the week. But absolutely, a work in progress with anticipated, second semester sort of holistic revamping that I think will allow for some of the items that you mentioned.
So I guess I'm just, again, and I love you, Dr. Grenz, but I mean, this is what we've heard for the last 2 months. We're working on it. And I feel like there's great meetings and everybody's acknowledging that this needs to change and there needs to be more structure, but you pivoted midterm for middle school and gave them more instructional minutes on Wednesdays. And I guess I'm just confused and frustrated that can't happen now, especially leading into finals and end of semesters and where these kids are going to be under additional anxiety and pressure of exams, why we can't pivot now.
Well,
So the 6-8, when we made the pivot, the next week we received overwhelming and increased feedback that now there was no time for the interventions. So we want to make sure that whatever we do, it allows for that balance. But we really tried at the 6-8, given the current energy was sort of saying that at that grade level was really not having the executive functioning skills to structure their time on their own. Whereas, right now with the optional piece, we still have roughly 70% of the students using the Wednesdays. But we want to make sure we don't do that again because it did have a little bit of a boomerang effect on us in 6-8, as immediate as the next Wednesday, in which parents and students did say that they now missed the intervention piece. So it's really, we seem to be struggling to kind of please everyone. But we want to make sure that whatever we do at the high school does please people and does have a really good, solid footing to it. So that is kind of the reason it's been elongated. It's just making sure that it's weighed out and that we have the survey data. We didn't have that before either, so we only had that week 1 or week 3, if you will. So that'll help us now too to make sure that it's not, sort of just based on some of our decisions at the school level, but based on some of the student feedback as well.
Yeah, and I think parents in the community and teachers need to remind the parents and the students that they still have those office hours every day, right? That can be used for additional help and guidance and structure in case there's any intervention needed. And I don't think that that's being utilized as much as depending on this Wednesday as this catch-all, but yet, the majority of our students are not utilizing it.
Courtney, I agree. We agree. Scott is, and I'm going to make this assumption, trying not to overpromise, but I personally don't think that we're going to have to wait, 2 or 3 full months before we see positive movement. There may be some things that take longer than others, but they're aware of the urgency. So I think we'll get some things straightened out. I'm not aware of all the complications that the principals are trying to sort through, but I think that it is important that we do more than acknowledge the problem. We need to get some movement there. So I understand that it's been a concern, and they, I think, understand there needs to be a sense of urgency.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Just following on, why isn't that, and I don't know if this is for you, Dave or Scott, but why isn't that 1:30 to 3 being used for interventions? Or maybe it is, but is it?
It is on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. We have student check-ins taking place, and then Wednesdays there's PLC and some department time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Beth? Oh, okay, Jim, again.
What I'm going to say is mainly reiterating what Chris and Courtney said, but I am in full support of getting our kids back into buildings as soon as possible, with the priority for kids with IEPs and EL students. You can deal with the kids with mask exemptions after you consult with medical experts. I fully support using local numbers. In fact, I would support using building by building numbers in our schools, and track the disease in our schools as opposed to the entire community, and especially as opposed to the entire county. And I also enthusiastically support the idea of getting a pediatrician, an epidemiologist, an infectious disease physician, and a mental health expert in the same room to discuss what safe levels are. And, we have all of those board-certified physicians within our community and within I got to believe they're parents of students. We've heard from several of them. So I fully support that, and I want to reiterate what Courtney says about Wednesdays. I have nothing new to add to that, but at least the observation in my household is my kid must be one of the 30% minority, but I don't see a lot going on Wednesdays, except in the afternoon. She fills out a college application occasionally. But I agree with the 1:30 to 3 o'clock time. That seems to be a lot of time during the week for interventions and check-ins. To dedicate an entire day seems to be better utilized if those kids could be gaining instruction. Thanks.
Anybody else? Okay. Thank you for, answering all the questions, or at least most of them. I'm not sure if we got them all, but that have come our way, both for us and also for the community. And when do you see yourself communicating, when you've had a chance to look at metrics? And then the only other thing is, and if you talked about it and I missed it, sorry, but testing. We talked about that a few meetings ago, and then, could you just address that too?
Yeah, I think that the last meeting was getting kind of long, and my eyes just skipped over that attachment in the agenda, but there was an attempt to give an update on testing last time that didn't materialize. And since that time, as is the case with just about everything, things have changed completely. So maybe it doesn't really matter at this point. But the governor has now loosened up his original statements and concerns. And so the state level, the possibility of moving through with the testing program is now back on the table. And we had talked a little bit about the University of Illinois being an option. There's also another provider out there that we could consider. There's some pros and cons. And so I want to talk to one of the schools that adopted the alternative option so that I can learn more about that and try to compare some of the things that they used to make their decision with some of the things that I learned from the University of Illinois. But I think that the November 17th board meeting, I should be able to have that information and bring that back to people.
All right, great. Thank you for that. Okay, so, sorry.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask, when will people find out if we're going back to school on November 5th? Because I think it's important, and I meant to bring this up earlier, just it's difficult for families to plan in a week or two intervals when they find out a day or two before. It's also difficult for us to plan. We might not know until, right up until the brink. So I respect that too. But, I guess, when are you going to communicate on this first date coming up? And then I just encourage us to keep in mind that, folks need a window to try to plan for their families when we make these transitions.
Well, somebody asked why we shut things down for 14 days when we did it, and the main reason was because that seemed to be the best way to try to ensure healthy conditions when people return. But the other reason is that we know that we can't keep jumping back and forth on a weekly basis. So when we make a decision, we know that people are going to need some lead time to adjust their routines. And so we had told everybody in the last communication that we were going to get something out on Friday, October 30th. And so we're going to hold to the Friday communication this week and hope that a return on the 5th is possible. If we feel that we need to extend it for a week, and I just say that if, we will try to get something to people. I don't know if I think that the next communication sort of depends on when we think we can get the information from the health department on new metrics and what we see trending with this next week's numbers and that type of thing. But I would say it would be no later than the following Friday, and depending on the circumstances, we might be able to bump that up to a little bit earlier in the week for some of the reasons, that you said, convenience to families. Would you consider that a reasonable statement, Bev, or do you have something you'd like to add?
I consider it reasonable. It's important for us, and I believe Dr. Moyer would agree, that we hit that Friday communication and get as much detail in there as we possibly can. And certainly we'll try to do that. That's on my plate and on his plate to partner to make sure that we can get that communication as robust as we possibly can come Friday.
But so I guess my only concern on that is, of course, I'm all about communicating to the community as quickly as we can, but have they switched the metrics reporting to Monday now? I mean, are we going to make a decision Friday that could be different based on what they come out with on Monday?
I think we'll be able to get the health department, I think we'll be able to get the numbers from the Illinois Department of Public Health, or I can get them through a personal phone call with DuPage. Even though DuPage won't update its website, I still think we'll be able to get that information on Friday.
Okay, all right, thank you for that very thorough but good discussion. Okay, so now we are at approval of board meeting minutes. So item A, approval of regular board meeting minutes from September 22nd, 20, September 30th, 20, and October 13th, 20. Did anyone have any changes to those? All right, then those meetings stand as presented. Item B, approval of closed session minutes from September 22nd, 20, and October 13th, 20. Those stand as presented. All right, moving on to the superintendent's consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull an item from the consent agenda? Okay, if not, then could I please have a motion for the consent agenda?
I move that the Board of Education approve consent agenda items as followed. A, personnel report. B, financial report. C, school psychologist substitute agreement. D, approval of D205 foundation donation. E, approval of PPE donation. And F, job description COVID case contact liaison and contact tracer.
Okay, motion by Courtney, second by Beth. Jenna, you can call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes?
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Dr. Harrell,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, the motion passes. All right, next is the superintendent's agenda action items. Item A, intergovernmental agreement with the DuPage Regional Office of Education.
Yeah, I want to apologize. Apparently, there did not get a rationale in the packet for this item, and I do not know what the hangup was there, but this is related to the county's agreement with Comcast to provide free wireless service for people who do not have internet access. And so since there is no rationale in the packet, I'm going to ask RJ to give a little bit more detailed explanation of what you're being asked to vote on, please.
Absolutely. Thanks, Dave. So Elmhurst Community School District has entered into an intergovernmental agreement with the DuPage Regional Office of Education to accept reimbursement payments of up to $10 a month per qualifying family to support broadband internet access intended to ensure all students have equal access to remote learning opportunities. It is just a relationship between us and the Regional Office of Education to support resources that are dedicated to fill this need.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the 2020-21 intergovernmental agreement between the DuPage Regional Office of Education and Elmhurst District 205.
Second.
Okay, motion by Beth, second by Courtney. Any questions or discussion? All right, Jenna, you can call the vote.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman, Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Dr. Harrell,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Item B, all-day kindergarten tuition adjustment, school year 2020-2021.
Yeah, the rationale for this is essentially your attachment in the packet. And we established a tuition rate of $2,700 a year for people who choose the all-day option. That was essentially intended to cover our personnel costs with some other miscellaneous costs included in there, transportation, resources, et cetera, but there wasn't really a lot of additional cost above that. It was primarily for the teachers that we needed to hire. And obviously, under the current conditions, even though the students are accessing more instructional time and accessing a more robust curriculum, it is not what many of the parents who signed up for this program thought that they were going to be able to experience. And what's really affected these families is two things. One, the substitution of the fee for what they may have been paying in daycare isn't happening to the degree that at least that they expected it might. So they have increased daycare costs that they did not think they were going to have. And then the second thing is that many people thought they were going to be able to get back in the workforce earlier with this option, and they have not been able to secure as much full-time employment as they thought they were going to. And so some people have expressed some concern about that. It's been talked about at the board level before. So I put this in the packet, and we think that a reasonable approach would be to prorate the tuition at 60%, which comes to $1,620 for the year. It does mean that we'll probably lose about $400,000 that we were expecting in revenue. But at this point, obviously, we have a lot of expenses that we weren't anticipating that we're trying to work through. And I would put this in the category of essentially a COVID-related, unanticipated type of expense.
Okay, thank you. Could I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education adjust all-day kindergarten tuition for the 2020-2021 school year at a prorated amount of 60% or $1,620 for the year.
I second.
Okay, motion by Jim, second by Chris. Any questions or comments?
Just a quick comment. I think it's difficult for kindergartners to learn remotely. And that's even, you can have a terrific teacher that's working really hard, trying their best. Tough to reach these kids just on a structural basis at that age in a remote setting. And Dave mentioned some of the cost increases that those families are already experiencing as a result of the remote environment. So I'm happy to see, you know, the district acknowledge that and at least make what I think is a reasonable compromise in terms of an adjustment there. So thank you.
And to your point, having observed a kindergarten all morning a few weeks ago, they're doing an amazing job, but it's a tough job. So anyway, thank you to our kindergarten teachers.
Just to reiterate what Chris says, I think this is just a measure that we can show our kindergarten parents who signed up for all-day kindergarten that we empathize with what they're going through, and this is a token to try to reduce their burden, certainly financially. You know, it's as Dave said, it's just a consequence of COVID-19, and I have no problem with the district absorbing that from our fund balance. It's just an expense. It just didn't work. So.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, Jenny, you can call the vote.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Dr. Harrell,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, the motion passes. All right, item C, approval of superintendent 2020-2021 goals. Each year, the board and superintendent agree to 2 to 3 goals that will further the district forward. So this year, and we've already discussed the majority of these. We talked about the operational plan and the 100-day plan goals, which is related to number 1, the district will achieve the 300-day plan goals established each semester. We talked about that in relation with the operational plan in July. Number 2, the master facilities plan will be implemented on time and on budget. That has been an ongoing conversation. And item 3, we started the work on this a few weeks ago with a special meeting. Establish a district performance scorecard in conjunction with the Board of Education, which includes targeted achievement levels for student success and key functional areas of district management. And with that, I will just ask for a motion.
I move that the Board of Education approve the 2020-2021 superintendent goals as presented.
I'll second.
Questions, comments? Karen?
Yeah, I know that what we had, we have a certain order here online, but I know that the board had said we really want to emphasize and state that our number 1 goal really is to establish the district's performance scorecard. So I know that we put it in a different order here, but I wanted to make sure that we clarify that that was really what we said should be number 1, just so that the community knows as well, since it's stated.
All right. Anybody else? Jim?
I just want to explain why I'm going to respectfully vote no on this motion. I believe that, first of all, just to explain, the Board of Education only has 1 employee, and that is the superintendent. Everyone else in the district reports to the superintendent. And I believe we need to hold everyone in the district accountable and responsible for the education of our children. And I don't know of a way to do that more effectively than have quantifiable goals. We tried for 2 years to have quantifiable goals as the superintendent's goals for the year. And now this is the second year in a row that we're not going to do that. So I've just decided I'm just going to vote no until there are quantifiable goals that we can evaluate people on. So I just want to explain that.
Okay. Anybody else? Yeah, Chris?
Yeah, no, and I think it is a shortcoming. And I think the scorecard process that we are going to be putting in place will address that. And what we're going to be doing is choosing, specific items in a variety of functional areas across the district that we view as important categories, and not only establishing what our level of achievement are for each of those metrics today, but also setting specific target ranges of where we would like our district to be for each of those line items. And so I think that when we have that completed, that will address the issue that Jim brings up here, which I think is a legitimate criticism of the recent goal-setting process that we've had.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Motion was made by Beth. Sorry. Second by Chris. Jenny, you can call the vote.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Dr. Harrell,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
No,
Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, six ayes, 1 no. Motion passes. All right, item D, approval of 2021-22 courses.
This is identical to what was presented at the first meeting of the month. So I think you should have ample information to make your vote. If you don't, Scott can address after there's a second.
Okay, motion.
I move that the District Elmhurst 205 Board of Education approve the one new high school course for 2021-2022 titled Computer Numerical Control Manufacturing Technology.
I second.
Okay, motion by Chris, second by Courtney. Any questions? Okay, Jenny, you can call the vote.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman, Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
yes,
Dr. Harrell,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Item E, approval of medical and dental insurance contract.
Yeah, Chris, you have a guest?
Yes.
So I believe that we need to have a motion to discuss this, but we can give you the specific details on this during the discussion portion. This is the time of year that we have traditionally brought this forward to you.
All right, motion.
I move that the Board of Education approve the renewal of Blue Cross Blue Shield health and dental insurance plans for the January 1st through December 31st, 2021 year as presented.
I'll second.
Questions, comments?
All right, so we do this at this point every year because the open enrollment period is in November. So we need to establish insurance rates. So we have John McConnell from Group Alternatives here. We hired John about a year ago. He started with the district with Group Alternatives on March 1st. All right, John, take it away.
Great. Thank you, Chris, and thank you everyone for the time this evening. I am attempting to share my screen here, so if current slide. Okay, can everyone see okay?
Yes.
I'll assume yes. Okay, well, thank you everybody for your time. Again, I am John McConnell with Group Alternatives. I am an employee benefits consultant, as Chris mentioned, since March. Coincided just before the pandemic started, working with your insurance committee and administration. And if I could just add just a little bit of personal commentary, I really do enjoy working with clients and districts who truly value offering the best benefits package that they can afford, frankly. And in my short time working with the administration and the committee, I've sensed a real thirst for knowledge and real commitment to this mission. So this committee has done a lot of great work well prior to my arrival, and I'm very excited to play my role and help in the coming years. So I put together a short presentation, which is in your packets. Try to keep this succinct in terms of the renewal and the recommendation by the committee to the board. So we have an increase in budget of $210,000 for 2021. Of that, the fixed cost increase, which is the stop loss and administration of claims by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, plus just medical inflation of medical and pharmacy claims, are the main reasons for the increase in budget. I will show you a slide here in a little bit that shows of the four plan options that the PPO1 continues to be the most expensive to both the district and the employees. So our rates projection for 2021, you can see on the far left, our current annual funding or budgeted cost for 2020 is $14.3 million. The center column breaks down the estimated 2021 costs broken down by claims and fixed, with a total of $14,786,000. And on the far right, our 2021 deficit would be, if we did not increase rates at all, the 14,786 minus the 14,376 would be a deficit of $410,000. I talked about the cost per plan. The data on the next two slides was shared with the committee to help them come up with a recommendation to the board. So this shows the, when I say the medical and RX per employee per month, I'm talking about an all-in number that includes the fixed costs and the claims. And we have the PPO1 costing about $1,400 per employee per month, which comes out to be about $17,000 a year. Roughly 38% of our employee population is in this plan, while the other three plans cost somewhere between $10,000 and $12,000 per employee per year. So with the understanding that we are obviously in the middle of a pandemic and the committee not wanting to disrupt or put more stress onto your employees, more than their lives have already been turned upside down, they thoughtfully considered several options and came up with the recommendation to increase the PPO1 rates by 6.1%, while leaving the HSA, HMO Blue Advantage, and the HMOI rates at no increase. There's also no benefit plan changes for 2021, no decrease to the benefits. And then lastly, these last four slides break out the actual funding rates or budgeted rates. That includes the board contribution as well as the employee contribution, what that full rate is. So the PPO plan, you can see going up by 6.1%. and no change to the other 3 plans, HSA and the 2 HMO plans. Does anyone have any questions?
Chris?
What is the trend line of our claims experience been in these plans? And is that, for the plan where we're gonna have a 6% growth, that plan in particular, what does the claims experience look like?
So, Chris, that's a good question, and I would kind of go back to this. This doesn't speak to the trend. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I nor any other consultant has trended claims through the middle of a pandemic. So with that, I took 18 months of plan experience to kind of normalize the dip in claims experience in April, May, and June when people were not going to see their physicians, or they couldn't get do their elective procedures. But I also didn't want to deflate the numbers, so I just tried to use more data than I usually would in coming up with that. That being said, the PPO1 plan continues to be the most expensive. This number isn't just in a vacuum. That's a normalized number over the last year and a half. So medical trend is, depending on what trend you look at, is roughly 5 or 6%. Pharmacy is usually closer to 12 to 15%. That's what Blue Cross would use. It's kind of been up and down. Our claims ran fairly well, obviously due to the pandemic for 2020. We're coming in under budget. But to try to predict 2021 is trickier than usual, other than just kind of trying to normalize the data and use trend. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, at least provide some insight into how you thought about it, which I appreciate. And just,
Okay.
I guess more of a historical question, so this might be for Chris, but in the months where I assume claims were down significantly because folks weren't permitted to utilize medical services, did we receive rebates for those time periods from our providers?
I can handle that. So we are self-funded in that we pay a fixed cost, like an administration fee and a reinsurance fee for claims of over, I don't have our dollar amount right now, but a large claims, reinsurance against large claims. Beyond that, we just pay our claims as they come in. So it's not rebates. Claims occur and we budget for a set amount of claims and trend those forward. But that's different from what you're thinking of as more of a fully insured contract where we pay a set premium. The Blue Cross is the insurance company and the risk is on them. In our case, at our size, we are self-funded, and then we take on the risk and pay the claims as they occur, or when what you're talking about, say in April, May, and June, occur at a lesser rate.
Yep. Understood. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, anybody else? Okay. Jenna, you can call the vote.
Dr. Harrell,
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mrs. Trotman,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, item F, approval of resolution regarding the estimated amounts necessary to be levied for the year 2020.
So this is Chris again. Came out of the Finance Committee discussions and some of the previous budget presentations that you've had. So I will let Chris do any introduction necessary regarding the rationale, but this, again, like the course proposal, should be something that you're familiar with from previous discussions.
All right, so we have the estimated tax levy tonight. So this is the timeline that we work with on the tax levy. In January of 2020, we had the CPI come out from calendar year 2019, which was a 2.3% increase. This under the tax cap, this levy, December 2020, will use that CPI. And these taxes will be collected in calendar year 2021 in June and September, and that relates to budget year 2022. And this shows that CPI has averaged 1.8%. So this 2019 CPI of 2.3 was the highest of the last 5 years of CPI, and it impacts the 2020 levy year where we collect in 2021. When EAV is rising, tax rates normally go down, that they have an inverse relationship. When EAV was going down like it was in 2008 through 2014, tax rates are going up. Right now, after talking to a few township assessors, it does appear that EAV will be going up. What I'm hearing is it's between 3 to 5% is what we're seeing with township assessors for EAV. This just illustrates the inverse relationship. Tax extension, that's all of the tax bills added all together is the tax extension, and that's your EAV times your tax rate. So that's why there's the inverse relationship between EAV and tax rate. But the tax rate increase or decrease does not equal the property tax bill increase. So to determine the levy, we use the CPI at 2.3%, but we have two unknown factors. We don't know what EAV will increase or what the new construction. But we've the EAV increase, we've estimated 3.17% increase. That impacts the rates. New construction is the more important factor. This is because new construction is exempt or outside of the tax cap. And you see here the last 5 years, residential is the most important part of the new construction. You see it was 29 million, 34 million, 33 million, 32 million, and then last year 26.582 million. So we estimated new construction at 25 million based on that trend of residential new construction EAV. 8 million for TIF 3. That's the TIF at 83 and St. Charles, where we have Kohl's and Portillo's and Chick-fil-A. That TIF is ended, and we received notification from the city that they are terminating, or that TIF has run its course and is over. So 8 million for TIF 3. So estimating a new construction EAV at 33 million. In addition, we levy for an additional 20 million in new construction EAV. This is just in case those estimates are low, or we didn't estimate enough for new construction, that we add a little more to the levy just to make sure. But no matter what the district levies, the counties will own, the DuPage County and Cook County will only extend the increase allowable under the tax cap. The levy is just a request. So what this this chart shows the lowest line there, the purple line, that's the CPI line. And then the middle line, that's what our actual extension increase has been, operating extension increase. And then the top line, that's what our levy is. So we always levy a little more because at the time of the levy, you don't know where new construction is going to end up. So the CPI is the purple line, and then the yellow line is what we have actually, the extension has actually came out to be. So then, with the levy this year on a $500,000 house with no new construction, only existing property, on average, the District 205 portion of the annual property tax bill would increase by 2.5% or $180.52. Now that's without any tax abatement. So this is the levy. The left column of numbers and rates, that's what last year's actually was. The middle column is where the levy is for this year. Then on the far right, that's what we're estimating, and that's using the 33 million in new construction EAV as an estimate. That's where the extension and rates would come out if if new construction came out at 33 million, and that's without any debt service levy abatement. So the levy, the actual resolution of the estimated levy amount that is in the resolution that's being voted on is the 88 million in the middle column. The 88 million, which totals 117,522. That's the levy that would be voted on. Then the bond and interest, the county has those for the bond and entry, all of the general obligation bonds that have been approved over the years. That is already at the county, so that's why you won't see that amount in the resolution. The 14,038,713. Then this is what we had talked about in the Finance Committee with the abatement. If there was an abatement of 3, so the line we're looking at is the levy year 2020, taxes paid in 21. So what I had on that last page where I had 14,038,713, this says 14,179,100 because it includes the 1% loss and cost that it's an extra 1% that the county tax on just to make sure that there's enough money to pay the bonds. They add a 1%. So it's 14,179,100. If you had the abatement 3,175,896, it would make the debt service the new extension 11,003,204. And so if we did that, if there was an abatement resolution approved for 3,175,896, that would make on a $500,000 house with no new construction, only existing property, on average, the District 205 portion of the annual property tax bill would increase by 0% or 0 for the year. So that would, so what happens here, this shows that with the abatement, this reduces the debt service levy to the 11,003,204 on the right-hand side there under bond and interest. And so that, it shows a 1% increase, and that's strictly related to the new construction. So that's what it would look like if we were to do the abatement. And I gave the board the resolution that related to the abatement if we wanted to get that approval in December when we do the final tax levy. But what's to be approved tonight is is the center levy column related to the 117,522,000.
Okay. Motion?
I'll make a motion that the Board of Education approve the resolution regarding the estimated amounts necessary to be levied for the year 2020 and the notice of the proposed tax increase for publication in the Elmhurst Suburban Life.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Courtney, second by Beth. Any comments or questions? Chris?
Just, I would need to know that the abatement is going to be supported by the board for me to vote for, I mean, this is just saying we're going to increase taxes without assurance that the abatement will go through. So I'm against increasing taxes. I would vote no twice if I could on raising taxes with no abatement. So for me to vote for this, I would at least need to know that the board will support the abatement.
Chris, I think that's a great question. I will certainly vote yes on the abatement.
Same here.
I will as well, Chris.
Yeah, I support the abatement.
I definitely do.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Questions, concerns, discussion? Karen?
Yeah, Chris, thanks so much for putting the abatement and not abatement so we get a sense of it and including it in the presentation. And all the work that went behind it and the discussions to, look at, it's really the right thing to do. And I'm glad that the board is supporting this. On slide 13 of your presentation, just help me clarify for the community, when we talk about it with a tax abate, you say on average the District 205 portion. What do you mean by on average?
Well, good question. The problem with that is that we're subject to the assessment of the property. And one property might go up for some reason and one might go down. So I can't say that they will all go up the same because the assessed value of the property itself is a factor. So that's why I have to say on average.
So correct me if I'm restating it wrong. But what we really want to do, as Chris said, we're all agreeing, is to have basically no increase for District 205. Are you saying there's one key factor, which is if your house is reassessed at a different rate, then we don't control that? Is that what you're saying or not?
Right, we can't control the assessment, but this is our best estimate at trying to have a flat tax increase.
Yeah, and that's what our objective is. And so I guess what I would like us to do is to continue to follow through with that. And, we kind of hold ourselves accountable and monitor that because that's the objective that we're trying to achieve. And I know that we're trying to do it in all the ways that we can. But I just think that we need to follow through with what we're trying to accomplish here and make sure that it really happens.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, Jenny, you can call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Dr. Harrell?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes?
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, item G, approval of tentative agreement side letter for the PSRP, the paraprofessional and school-related personnel.
So we have to amend the original side letter. It's a minor revision, but I'm going to let Luke explain why this is reappearing.
Hi. So actually, I had inadvertently not presented this when you approved the side letter back on October 13th. This is actually the original side letter from September 22nd. Shortly after we had tentatively agreed to this and signed off on it, we had in section 4.3 regarding COVID-19 self-certification of staff, we realized that we wanted to change some of that language in there, which is the language that you did approve on October 13th. So this is just more of a procedural and a formality, but we do have to approve the original side letter, which is what is being presented tonight, but you already did approve the amended side letter back on October 13th. So again, this is procedural.
Thank you. All right, a motion?
I move that the Board of Education adopt the original tentative agreement impact bargaining side letter dated 9/22/20 between Elmhurst Paraprofessional and School-Related Personnel, PSRP, Council, and Elmhurst CUSD 205 related to COVID-19.
I'll second.
Motion by Margaret, second by Beth. Any questions or comments? Jim?
Can I ask Luke just to, or Dr. Moyer just to walk through the highlights of what we've agreed to or we're agreeing to here?
Sure, this essentially, and we did talk about it before, but fair question. It essentially mirrors the teachers. It's pretty much reiterating the law and clarifying, some of the provisions about sick leave and some things like that. Luke, do you have 2 or 3 highlights that you think would be the important points of emphasis?
Sure. Actually, there's only one significant piece of it, which is why we wanted to change it, that it does not guarantee a PSRP employee remote work during a remote setting if they cannot self-certify. Or I'm sorry, it doesn't guarantee them work if they cannot self-certify themselves, because we need them to be present with our students. And that was the significant change on section 4.3.
All right, any other questions, concerns? Okay, Jenna, you can call the vote.
Dr. Harrell,
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
She's absent.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mrs. Kaforia.
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. Motion passes. All right, item 9, action from closed session. Item A is action on uniform grievance complaint filed by K. Gagovich. Could I please have a motion?
I
move-
move.
oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I move that the Board of Education affirm the superintendent's finding on the uniform grievance complaint filed by K. Gagovich.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion made by Beth, second by Jim. Jenna, you can call the vote.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mr. Collins, Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Dr. Harrell,
Yes.
Mrs. Kaforia.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, the motion passes. Item B, action uniform grievance complaint filed by N. Boyle. If I could have a motion, please.
I move that the Board of Education affirm the superintendent's finding on the uniform grievance complaint filed by N. Boyle.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion made by Chris, second by Courtney. Jenna, you can call the vote.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman, Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Dr. Harrell,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mrs. Ghaforia.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, item 10, Superintendent's Communication. A, State of Illinois Proclamation, Principals Week and Day.
Yes, so in October, the state takes the opportunity to recognize the work of principals. This past Friday was Principal Day in Illinois. And I just wanted to make sure that I took the opportunity publicly to express my feelings toward what a terrific job they've done this fall with all the challenges that we've been facing. And I do think that you should all be proud of your people. They've really done a good job. And I wanted to do that publicly at a meeting.
Can I say something? I was just gonna, I think we've all tried to get to our liaison schools and have a conversation with the principals at those schools and really get a feeling for the challenges and successes that they've had. And I think probably I speak for all of us that we too are really proud and happy of the work they've done. We know it's been an incredible responsibility, and they've risen to the challenge. And, thank you if you're listening, and just hang in there.
And Kara, just thank you to all the creative solutions and outside the box thinking that our principals and staff of those buildings are doing. Because what I witnessed, and I know Chris was referencing earlier, and the rest of us that have been to our buildings, they've done some amazing things to make things work for our kids in these crazy times. So thank you so much for all that.
Oh, wow. All right. Okay. So we already did item B, COVID dashboard. And so now we're on to C, fall housing report, enrollment projections.
So in October, we have our September 30th enrollment that we need to report to the state. And the first meeting of the month, the turnaround for his office to be able to do the enrollment projections is pretty tight turnaround. So typically at the second meeting of the month, we show the enrollment projections because as you're approving the levy, we're really already in the middle of planning for next year, and the enrollment projections are a big part of that. So Chris just has a brief presentation where he's going to run down, and he will tell you, I think, that he's had some significant challenges trying to predict our trends. We've been trending up and we've been very accurate with our numbers, but with the uncertainty going into next year and some of the people that have chosen private options and some other things like that, due primarily to the circumstances that we're all experiencing, it made it very challenging for him. So we're admittedly giving you our best guess right now, and we know that we think that there will be more uncertainty as to the accuracy of these as there have been in previous years.
Okay. As Dave said, we are overall down 257 students this year. So we had 8,596 in the prior year, and 8,339 this year. So down 257 students. And as I always do my disclaimers of my projections at the beginning, you know, we use the cohort survival method, which means we're using historical trends of how many students from one grade to the next grade move up. So when you're using historical trends and then you have a pandemic which changes everything, it's hard to project, obviously. But also the lower grade levels like Madison and kindergarten are the hardest to project. The other thing is we added an all-day kindergarten program this year, so that is another factor that makes the projections difficult. But in the enrollment projection process, I did notice or made some observations that I pointed out in my narrative. Madison, we had 292 students in 1920. We're down 30 there. We have 262 this year. But in my 5-year projection, I just left it at the 292, thinking that we'll go back to the pre-pandemic number. So I used that in my forecast for Madison. But at the K-5 level, Conrad Fisher has the highest enrollment of all of our elementary schools. When I think about our 8 elementaries, that I wouldn't have thought as Conrad Fisher to have our highest enrollment, but at this point, Conrad Fisher is the highest. I would have thought Lincoln or Hawthorne would be the highest, but this year, Conrad Fisher had 418 in 2015-16 and now has 533 students. Emerson enrollment was as high as 560 in 2012-13. Then it decreased and stabilized around 450 until it dropped this year to a low of 413 at Emerson. Hawthorne, I always think of it as about 600. It had 600 students from 08-09 to 11-12, but then it's had steady decreases to a low point in 17-18 of 492. Hawthorne has had small increases since 17-18, or increases to the current 516 at Hawthorne. Lincoln had a high point enrollment in 2010-11 at 598. Lincoln has had steady decreases since 2010-11 prior to the big drop-off in the current year down to 457. The rest of the elementary schools have experienced stable enrollment. It'll be interesting to see the impact of the new all-day kindergarten program on future enrollments. At the middle schools, we had a peak enrollment in 2015-16 at 1,993, when Sandburg had 749 students and Churchville had 542. The middle schools experienced decreasing enrollment the last few years and currently have 1,807, where Sandburg is now at 638 and Churchville is at 455. So York peaked 4 years after the middle schools peaked. So the middle schools peaked in 15-16. York peaked in 1920 at 2,882. York is projected to experience small decreases in enrollment over the next few years. So that is my enrollment projections.
Yeah, I just thought it was notable that our enrollment declined 3% this year. we talk about, sources of cost increase for families and, kids exiting public schools and then having to fund alternative options that's a significant cost increase. So I just thought that, a 3% decline in enrollment was pretty notable to me.
Yeah, I thought the same thing, Chris. So, Chris Walton, I mean, so how does that impact either the levy or the budgeting? If we got a 3%, I mean, 257 students is significant.
Yes. When we've talked about it some, it was like 365 less than I projected. So it did not impact the staffing for this year, but it should have an impact on the staffing for next year. And that's the biggest factor. I mean, we do have some building supply allotments that are based on a per pupil, which we've talked about in cabinet that we should make an adjustment to those building allocations for supplies.
I think Karen's question, I'll hold off on making any comments because Karen's question kind of leads into the next topic as well, so.
Okay, anything else? All right, then I guess we can move on to item D. Thank you, Chris. Item D, guidance on 2021-22 budget.
So as you know, our Ed fund is, basically 80% of our budget, and 80% of that is salary and benefits. It's our people. And we're entering into the staffing process, and we've already actually begun several staffing discussions as it relates to how we're going to have to move people around with the construction project. Also, trying to anticipate some of the factors of how many of these students that chose other options this year will stay with that, how many might come back when the operations in 205 return to normal, and then also knowing that we went into fund balance this year at a projected amount of $5.5 million, we don't really consider that sustainable, and that makes us uncomfortable as a cabinet. And as I discussed last time briefly, 1.9 of that is due to COVID-related expenses. $2 million is due to an increased maintenance and capital expenditures over the year before. And then the other 1.9 million, 1.6 million has to do with salary. A lot of those are related to all the kindergarten, which we thought we were going to break even on, but at the same time, it's not all related to that. We have increased sub costs this year that are difficult to predict. We also have, just because there's just so many unknowns with all the internal subbing and everything else. And then, the positions that we budgeted for that we couldn't fill, how much is that going to offset everything? The increases that we've experienced in special ed and EL staffing account for a large amount of that. So there's and we have been experiencing enrollment increases over the years, so some of that staffing is also due to just some natural growth. So we will anticipate some reduced staffing next year due to the projections being less than what we had been projecting over the last several years. And due to the construction will save us some money because of not needing certain positions that are building specific positions. But again, until we go through that process, we don't know the exact amount because we have to figure out, with fifth grades at Bryan, that's going to affect how they schedule, et cetera. So we're moving through all those things, but the bottom line is we've started that already. The Eighth grade parent nights in December. You approve the course catalog will be put together. The enrollment, the selection sheets by grade level, all those types of things will be put together before the holiday break. And then in January, the middle school and high school students will select their courses. Luke, in addition to the construction project, will start talking with the elementary principals already in December before the holidays. And we going into fund balance as a one-time type of a thing is one thing. Doing that on a regular basis when it's related to operating costs is something that, as I said, makes us uncomfortable. So we're assuming that it makes the board uncomfortable as well, and we just want to make sure we're on the same page as we go through this planning process. And we're thinking that you are going to want to see a balanced budget next year, and that you're not going to want to see a deficit budget 2 years in a row. And I just wanted to get some direction from the board so that as we go through this planning process, we don't get to February where we're trying to make final decisions right before we have our staffing deadlines in March, and have there be some type of disconnect between the board expectations and what we've been doing to plan for next year's programming and budget.
Jim?
I'll start off with a couple things. First, I feel we absolutely have to plan our budget according to our reduced enrollment projections that we saw tonight. If they go up, then I guess we can deal with that when they do, but I would definitely staff with the reduced enrollment projections. I do have a question. The additional $2 million in capital expenditures, is that something we see, previously we had budgeted about $1 per square foot, or about $1.5 million a year for capital projects. And then this year it was $2 million above that. Is that something that we see on a perpetual basis?
Well, we had been budgeting 1.5 million, and then I think we were at 4.5 million this year. So we went up to 2.5 million 2 years ago. We went up to 4.5 million this year. And when Todd presents in December, it'll be 5.9 million. And the 5.9 million is really about the same as it would be for this year, except that we have the York project and the Bryan project that are part of the intergovernmental agreement that are currently in his numbers. So if you took those out, they would be approximately the same as what we spent this year. We thought that we would up that number to between 3.5 and 4 million. Chris, am I correct that we were estimating that was going to have to go up, and we're a little bit above that each of the last 2 years? Is that about right?
I had in my head 4 million.
Okay, so each of the last 2 years, we're about $500,000, taking those other two projects out ahead of what we were thinking. We had such a significant amount of backlog in deferred maintenance that we just have a lot of projects that Todd scheduled over the next 10 years that we needed to up our maintenance expenditures from what we were spending at 1.5 in order to make sure that we didn't end up with a bunch of new buildings only to have, several others of them starting to fall apart. So that's kind of, it's really due almost exclusively to deferred maintenance.
Okay.
Would you agree with that, Chris?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, one thing for the board to consider is first of all, I think catching up on our maintenance is a great idea. And that's certainly an investment in our schools, an investment in our community. And the part that's, and I think it's a good way to spend some of our excess fund balance. So I just think the board should think about that. The 1.6 million in personnel costs, I think in a different memo I read that about $1 million of that is due to hiring more kindergarten teachers for all-day kindergarten, and we expected to break even, but due to what we just passed tonight, we're not.
Chris, is that close to being accurate? I know it's not spot on, but is that approximately an accurate statement?
It sounded right to me.
Okay.
Okay. So we have, hopefully next year we'll break even on $1 million of that $1.6 million due to all-day kindergarten tuition. The $1.9 million due to COVID-19, I pray never occurs again. So, I personally, I think we are justified to budget to a lower number. I just don't think it would be wise, unless the reduced enrollment. I think it's wise to budget to that new reduced enrollment number, but additional budget reductions, I don't think are justified to reduce it by an entirely 5.5 million. I guess.
Yeah, I
that's
would
my
say
point.
I would say that we would, I'm not looking at it that way, so I think we would be in agreement on that. I'm really thinking that, we also expected revenue from the kindergarten, so that 1.6, I think, it's not a complete one-to-one is what I'm saying. I think he's still working with HR to do some position control to try to figure out with the unfilled positions and everything that we're dealing with this year exactly what that number is going to be. But the bottom line is that if we're going into a period of negotiation, which we don't know exactly how to predict that because we don't have an existing contract, and then we're going into a situation with some decreased enrollment. We're just trying to get a beat on if we try to take a look at that $1.6 million and come up with the staffing projections and just take a look at making sure that we sort of zero out that portion of our budget. I think we're coming in right around next year. We should be coming in right around a balanced budget. We may have to make some minor adjustments here and there. I'm not really talking about sky is falling types of looking at, deep budget cuts. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page going forward, that we're trying to bring that back into what we've traditionally been ever since I've been here, which is a balanced budget. And this is the first time we ever brought a deficit budget forward to the board, and I don't like doing that, so.
To be accurate, in 8 of the last 10 years, the budget projected has been a negative number. Now, it has not been 5.5 million. And I will also point out, we've never actually posted a deficit. In the last 10 years, 10 out of 10, we've posted a surplus. So that's why I certainly wouldn't be targeting to eliminate a 5.5 million budget deficit. But, I think staffing to enrollment and staffing maybe to absorb some of budgeting to absorb some of these capital expenditures is wise. But I also think the board should consider that would be a good way to invest some of our excess surplus that we do have.
Yeah, I would just recommend taking CapEx basically out of it. We have a capital program that's long-term in nature. We've agreed to that. I thought it was a thoughtful plan, right? So excluding CapEx, I think, we should have a budget that is balanced. And furthermore, I think that our offerings need to pass the cost-benefit analysis at this point. We've been going through, a lot of changes that we needed to make. We had to continue to adjust. And we really weren't doing cost-benefit analysis on the courses, right? We were just trying to make sure we could offer, as much as we possibly could. Now we're many months into this. If the environment is going to continue, we need to make sure that what we're doing passes that test. So I think that's a change that needs to happen relative to what we've, the lens that we've been looking through so far. So I just, would encourage you all to do that. And if there's changes that need to be made because courses, the cost benefit analysis now is upside down, then so be it. At least personally, I would like to see those recommendations.
We've been trying to get into a more sophisticated academic return on investment type of approach, and we haven't really gotten to that level. But through our program analysis process, we have been trying to be more scientific, and you'll hear, this year coming forward with some reach suggestions and some other things like that. We had the middle school task force. And we're going to be revisiting our middle school structure and taking a look at, the pathways and different types of offerings and articulation of programming. So I just want to say, without getting into specifics, I expect that over the next 2 to 3 years, you're going to see more of what you're asking for, I guess.
Anybody else? All right.
I can add just one more thing. I do want to say that, Dr. Moyer, you are one of the most cost-conscious superintendents I've ever met, and I do appreciate that. And yeah, as Chris said, if we have programs that we're offering that just aren't effective, I encourage you to bring those to the board and suggest changes, suggest improvements, or suggest elimination.
Well, I think I could guarantee you one thing: you will be quoted at the next cabinet meeting, because I want to make sure that Chris doesn't forget that was said publicly. But no, I thank you for that, and I do take that part of my role seriously. So, and the sentiment is we all want quality programming, and of course we all agree to that. So,
although now you have opened my mind up to the possibility that maybe it's just Chris in the background that.
No. I want co-credit. I want co-credit. You already said it. You can't take it back.
Here,
All right. Oh, yeah, Beth.
I just want to make sure that we stay open-minded as we go into next year with so many unknowns, and just there might be things that our students need coming off of this year that we haven't anticipated at this time. So I know we had a lot of extra spending we needed to do this year because of COVID. We might still have some things next year that might roll over, and then, things hopefully will settle down from there, so.
Thanks. All right. Okay. Item E, Freedom of Information Act requests.
All right, so we have 5 request personnel information, and I just want to read this here accurately. Request personnel information except due to pre-decisional. Request reach information granted. Request correspondence on COVID dashboard. No records responsive to request. Request budget transportation contracts granted, and request special education information granted. So those were the FOIA requests this week.
Thanks. Tweet of the week.
Good evening. Well, yes, still good evening to the board. This is the time where we go to our social media feeds and to showcase some of the great things happening amongst our students and our staff, and just a little something to make you smile. I know that we saw snowflakes but it is still fall. Yes, 2 days in a row, but it is still fall. So this week's tweet of the week goes out to Mrs. Hummel at Mrs. Hummel Art. She is working with fourth graders at Emerson at Edison to embrace fall and showing and showcasing drawing skills. Now, if you look at these young artists, I can't imagine what I could do at fourth grade with a pumpkin, but it is not that. This is wonderful, what they're bringing us, some scenery from the fall, and we certainly appreciate them bringing a little bit of happiness and joy to us in what they can do in terms of their art. So tomorrow, Mrs. Hummel, we will be retweeting you, and you can see that retweet on the superintendent's Twitter account, and it is Elmhurst 205 Soup, at Elmhurst 205 Soup. Shout out to you, Mrs. Hummel, and all of the fourth graders at Edison. You've done a great job. Thanks for making us smile.
Thank you. All right, finally, board communications. Board members present reports or share information with the full board. I think that there is one item at least. Dr. Harrell?
Yes, I wanted to make everyone aware that the IASB meeting is going to be November 14th. That's going to be a virtual meeting. And during that virtual meeting, they have a delegate group where you vote on new resolutions. Everyone should have gotten a copy of the new resolutions, and there are 8 new resolutions in total. And there is a brief explanation on these 8 resolutions, as well as what the committee, the IASB committee, resolution committee is recommending. So what I'm asking, the 8 resolutions are about a loan program, and the IASB committee is recommending that delegates vote no. There is the second resolution, which is regarding gun storage. The IASB committee is recommending that delegates vote no. You will recall, we've gotten a few emails about that resolution in particular. And the people from the community that have written in thus far have recommended that our district consider a yes vote. The third one is a school report card. The IASB committee recommends that there is a no vote. Pre-K teacher licensure. The IASB recommends that there is a no vote. Teacher shortage resolution. The IASB recommends that there is a yes vote. There's an e-learning day for election day. The IASB is recommending that there is a yes vote. That would be for 2021, sorry. The local, and there's 2 amendments on local control regarding pandemic responses. And the IASB is recommending the first resolution, a yes vote. The second resolution, their vote suggesting a no vote, and the no vote is just based off of that 7 and 8, in their opinion, are almost identical, and therefore there would only be a need to vote on one of them. So those are the recommendations. What I am going to ask is if there are any differences in what the recommendations are versus what we as a district want to vote, that we have a discussion on those points. So I will stop for comments at that point.
So I'm sorry, did you want the discussion to be had now or at a future time?
Yeah, so this vote is on the 14th, and I'm looking up at there right now. Our next meeting is on the 17th. So I'm looking for, again, based off of what the recommendations are, if there is a difference, I'm asking for us to have just a discussion, only a discussion.
Margaret, I'm confused that don't they usually have that IASB delegation vote at that IASB state conference? And that state conference is virtual this year, but on the 20th of November.
Yeah.
The 14th is the Saturday before that.
And you are correct, Jim. They do normally have it that way. I'm looking at this information that we have right here and published by the IASB, and they are stating that
they're going to meet the week before.
on the 14th
Incredible.
at 10 o'clock, 10 a.m.
Got it. Yeah, it's surprising. Okay, thank you.
Well, I'll start out by the discussion on resolution number 2. This is the resolution that many of our community members have reached out to us about, that I have spent a good amount of time looking into. I think that the only rationale that IASB is presenting in their rationale to not adopt is that it doesn't fall within the provisions of happening on school properties, which I think it's sort of a disservice. They've gone out of that lane before, and I certainly think our students, not just 14 and younger, but 18 and younger that are on our properties, may have access to weapons, falls within the lane of where we should be concerned. Not only about guns brought onto our school properties, but, we've talked tonight multiple times about mental health. And quite frankly, I know that we've all had conversations about how we should be more worried about suicide than we should be about contracting COVID for our students, in my opinion. So I think that we should do everything we can to keep access to weapons in homes that are lawfully owned and rightfully owned in homes away from students, and the potential not just for harm to the students, but to others in our district and on our properties. So I'll throw that out there as a starting point for us, for me, strongly believing that we should vote yes to this resolution.
And Courtney, if I'm correct, this raises the age from 14 to 18 for the having safe gun storage.
Correct.
Yeah, I agree. I think that anything that we can do to keep our students safe is important, and I think that having safe gun storage, period, is important, and increasing the age to me makes sense. So I would.
Kira, I'm just going to say something because you're looking. Margaret, I think it sounds like this board is pretty consistent with previous board that would support no guns in our properties. So I would support what you were suggesting when you went through that. So thanks for representing us and voting for us.
Are there any other comments on either item 2, since that has been majority of the discussion, or any of the other resolutions? And I did not go into detail for brevity's sake. If you'd like me to go into detail on any of the other resolutions, I certainly can do that. But just wanted to try to get a conversation going and to get an idea where everyone stands, or where just to get a discussion going on this topic.
Could I ask about 7 and 8 really quickly, Margaret? I know it is repetitive, right? They're both asking for more local control. It just seemed like 8, which they are recommending to not adopt because it's repetitive of 7, is a lot more detailed. And do they pick and choose based on the order that they come in? Why did they pick, and do you have any insight into that is really what my question is.
So they are placed on somewhat in the order in which they are received. The other part is there's going to be a discussion on November 5th that gives some more background on the pros and cons and the thoughts from that. At that point in time, I'll be able to give you more specifics on what additional rationale may have been. Although my perception is that sometimes they go with less specifics to allow more flexibility. That is more of a preference.
I think as long as one of them is adopted, that kind of, supports the power in the local hands as opposed to the statewide, and kind of falls into a lot of what we talked about earlier tonight. That would work.
If there are no other comments, then thank you for that discussion.
Okay, thanks, Margaret. Anything else?
Sorry, I don't mean to cut the discussion short.
I apologize that I didn't have access to this other than, just now. But if you look at number 5, the teacher shortage, that the resolutions committee recommends, it says recommends do adopt. I'm sorry. Sorry, it's late. Never mind.
So Margaret, do we need to vote to as far as if we are, how do you have your marching orders to represent our votes?
Yeah. So we are not doing any voting. Want to get a discussion going amongst the board on what is being recommended, and you have that information. So I knew there was some discussion in the community specifically about item number 2, which is why I highlighted that, and wanted to see if there's any other items that there may be discussion on based off the recommendations that the IASB Resolution Committee has. So that is what we're doing. We have talked about adopting a different process in the upcoming year, where this would be a full discussion at a policy meeting. There's been a lot of things in 2020 which we have not been able to accomplish. So that might be something for consideration for 2021, having a full discussion and perhaps even a recommendation to take it to the board for voting in a meeting in 2021 when this comes up.
So then I guess just for my card, so I guess I don't understand what will happen on November 14th for you.
So on November 14th,
right,
I will go in and vote on this information based off the feedback I received from here and my understanding of the policies. So I don't know if you're looking for more specific information.
Well, I guess I'm looking to try to understand whether we as a board, I think the only one we're really talking about that we disagree with the recommendations for IASB is number 2, right? As far as what I heard tonight. So I guess I'm trying to understand, how do we know how our board is represented during that vote, your vote on the 14th? And it's just my naivety that I don't understand.
And that's fine. So how you will, I will make the vote based off our discussion. I will come back and report what I voted based off our discussion. And I'm trying to see if there's any other discussion or something else that I'm missing or if you'd like to do something slightly different, that's where, the floor is open for that now. Again, there was a proposal on how we would make this change different from last year with the policy committee. Just unfortunately, that did not occur. So we can continue that discussion on for the 2021 season.
So I think, Courtney, what you're saying is, do we have to confirm what her vote is going to be for us, to represent us on that number two?
Unless
Is
you
that what you're
disagree,
asking?
unless you disagree with the recommendation, or, I mean, unless you have an opposite view of the recommendation, which I think is what Margaret's asking for, then she, will go in following these recommendations.
I
Well,
think,
maybe I didn't say it point blankly.
But
I have
we
a
cannot-
disagreement with resolution number 2's adoption.
Right, and I did.
Right.
And based
She
off
got
our
that.
discussion.
But we
So-
are not gonna we aren't gonna go through each one and take a separate vote.
no,
And we would have to have it on the,
I want to reiterate, I don't know if some of the people were here remember, Margaret, I'm sure you remember, and Jim may remember. The last time, well, not the last time, this was several years ago. The way the conversation was introduced at the board table was technically inappropriate for open meetings in terms of the board actually voting on something that's not actually on the agenda to vote on. So all you really need to do is make your thoughts on these measures clear, consistent with what Margaret asked, but you're not going to be able to register, some type of board vote to sanction her to do something. I just,
we basically empower her to reflect, the board. We have chosen not to go through we've chosen the last few years to just, if someone had one, they wanted to, I don't know if you call it disagree or and do it that way. So, and as a reminder, this is just how IASB will then advocate. It doesn't mean that this actually passes. Like, they take this
Right.
in the legislature. Yeah, like in the legislature. It's not like this becomes an immediate policy. It's how they will advocate in the legislature for the district, for boards. Did I say that right? Okay.
Correct. It is how they will spend our money on advocating and lobbying for different positions.
And the resolution committee that reports on these is represented, they have representatives of boards in our area or all around. I guess there's one for our area, all around the state. Yep.
I just wanted to make a comment about Resolution 2, which, to me, on the surface is just a no-brainer to store firearms safely. And if there needs to be a law in Illinois passed to encourage people to store guns safely, I am all in favor of that. The reason that it says that the Illinois Association of School Boards is recommending that they not adopt that is they're basically saying this kind of legislation is out of their lane. It is not education focused, and the question to school districts like ours is, do you want them to spend their resources lobbying for a bill that hasn't even been introduced, but lobbying for a bill to be written on this subject? And I just wanted to point that out. I'm in, full support of safe gun storage, and, I guess I can even envision spending our resources to encourage a legislator to write a bill to do that. But it seems, on the surface, if you don't read the whole thing, when you read that they recommend that they don't adopt it, it seems like they're anti-safe gun storage, which clearly they're not. They're just saying this is not in their subject area that they lobby for.
but they have lobbied for other school safety measures in the past. And I think that's where the district that brought the resolution forward is maintaining. It may have direct impact on a potential safety issue in our schools. And so, and I completely agree. Nobody is saying that IASB thinks gun storage is not important, but I think that putting our resources into advocating for the law to be changed from 14 to 18 is a worthy resource spend, in my opinion.
And personally, I agree with you. I recently learned that of firearm deaths, 61% of all firearm deaths in this country are suicides. So if we can prevent a suicide, that I think that's effort well spent.
Thank you. Thank you for the discussion.
Okay, anything else? All right, we have two upcoming meetings, November 17th, 2020, Board of Education meeting at 7 o'clock, and December 15th, 2020, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting at 7 o'clock. And we are adjourned.